Good morning, all. Best of luck. Let me introduce the chair. Mr. Devansh Jain is currently a final year undergraduate at Hindu College, Delhi University, pursuing sociology with an intrinsic interest in political science. He has fostered the curiosity and intellect to delve deep in the realms of governance and the functioning of public offices, including ICPS, the Lok Sabha Secretariat, and the Parliament of India. This is supplemented by his leadership in international college societies and discussion forums, notably as the General Secretary of Caucus, the Discussion Forum. Having been an active part of the UP and Delhi NCR debate circuit, he has earned several accolades across various formats of debate. He actively encourages the youth to embrace participation in and accountability in leading the nation toward a better tomorrow. Now, with great pleasure, let us invite the chair, G21, Mr. Devansh Jain, to come onto the stage. Sir, please.
So as Sir mentioned, my name is Devansh Jain, and I'll be serving as the president for this two-day academic simulation of G21. I believe a few of you, because I got a list of around 31 delegates in the committee, around 14 were there in the training session. How many of you were not there in the training session? Can you please raise your placards? How many of you were not there in that training session, which was held online? You can be very candid because it will allow me to take the training session a little bit quick and again in a detailed manner. You can be very candid about it. And you can raise your placards a little higher aloft, please. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. All of you were there in a training session? Rest of you? Yes? Should I consider it? You can speak up. You have to debate. Right? You can speak up. Right. So, well and fine. You can lower your placards. So, how many of you are first timers into an MUN academic simulation? You have been introduced to an MUN for the first time. I see almost the entire committee except a few. A few means 1 or 2. Okay, that's fine. The first thing that you must have been told that you are provided with a guide that also mentioned you are not allowed to use your gadgets. I hope you are aware of it. Any sort of electronic gadgets, phones, laptops, internet, Wi-Fi, anything, right? You must be having your speeches, your research in a printed format. You can refer to that. As far as the language of the committee is concerned, generally all the G20 members, the G20 countries, when discussion happens, they can proceed in their own language and the translator is there and they translate the languages. But unfortunately, we'll have to proceed only with English because I understand only English, apart from the languages that are authorized by the G21 countries. And I hope all of you are well versed with that language and we can continue with the proceedings with that, right? Well and fine? Great. So we'll be going with a quick ROP session once again so that you'll just get a brief idea. ROP sessions, we mean by an ROP session is the rules of procedures, right? How the course of the committee will be going throughout 2 days so that the flow of the debate should be well settled in your mind and accordingly we can proceed with the debate, right? Without wasting any further time because I have been told that 11:30 you will be having a tea break. So for 8 minutes I'll be taking a quick ROP session. So we'll be obviously beginning with a roll call. Roll call is nothing but an attendance, just like you go to your school, first day, first period, the teacher takes an attendance. How many of you are present, how many of you are absent in the school, right? It's a similar manner. We'll be having a roll call. You are supposed to vote, say whether you are present or voting. I've explained this in a very detailed manner in the ROP session. How many of you are not clear or aware what present and voting is all about? What is the difference between present and voting? All of you are clear about it? All of you, anyone who has a doubt, even a flinch of doubt would be fine. Because you should be clear, crystal clear with everything that will be going on in the committee. Right? Fine? That's great. Post that, we'll be establishing the agenda. That's just a part of the formal procedure, nothing involving a debate. Post that, we'll be starting with the GSL. GSL is nothing but general speakers list. It is about a sort of an introductory statement that all of you will have to give. right? I hope you must have prepared your GSLs as of now. You must have prepared it by home. You must have done a research well. GSL timing would be 90 seconds. Each one of you has to mandatorily give your GSL verbally, not in a written format. Okay? GSL will be of 90 seconds. In case you finish your GSL speech before the elapsing of 90 seconds, let's say you finish by 80 seconds. So left with 10 seconds. So we had a concept called EELs. Remember EELs? How many types of EELs are there? 3 types. What are there? First one, EEL to chair. You'll give it to me and I'll decide what I have to do with that. Second, EEL to point of information. Okay, you can entertain questions based on the time that is left. Let's say 5 to 10 seconds are left, so you can entertain one question. If 15 to 20 seconds are left, we can entertain 2 questions. Right? Third, EEL to other delegate. Okay? The other delegate will then and there has to stand and they can something add to that. But that is also a very strategic move that you have to play. Right? Because Ukraine cannot yield its time to Russia. Okay, you can speak on my behalf. Right? India cannot yield its time to China or Pakistan, or maybe now USA, not sure. Because it is 2 days back, USA imposed tariffs and imposed penalties as well. So the committee, please make sure, is going on the current date. Whatever political, geopolitical, international relation developments have been taking place in the outside world till yesterday, right, till yesterday, 11:59 p.m., will be entertained in this committee. Right? Well and fine. Post the GSL, because we'll be taking GSL in parts. We'll take, let's say we have 30, so we'll take 7 or 8 GSLs at once. Then we'll be moving on to the informal debating, that is the moderated caucus and the unmoderated caucus. I hope you are aware of it. See, in case you're not aware, or in case you're not getting what I'm saying, you can simply at any point of time raise your placards and say, sir, I'm not getting what you're saying. Be very candid, because you're here to learn, you're here to debate. Well and fine? Yes, sir. Yield to other delegates. See, let's say you are giving your speech. Okay, you're giving a speech. The speech timing that has been assigned is 90 seconds, but you finish your speech at 80 seconds. So we'll say the flow. You have 10 seconds of flow time. What would you like to do with that? And you say that you will yield your time to another delegate. And let's say, so now you have to yield your time to such a delegate, such a country which allies with you, which allies with your foreign policy, which is not, an enemy nation. For example, you can yield your time to India. You can yield your time to other countries that align with your foreign policy, but you cannot yield your time to, let's say, US, or you can, it will be, this marking will be done accordingly. It's just a strategic move, because you have to be well versed, you have to have been discussing that, okay, I'll be yielding this much of time, you should add this, so it should support my argument, it should support your argument as well at that point of time, because we are collaborating on this part. And the other member, let's say you yield your time to India, and the delegate of India says, no, I do not accept your yield. So anyway, so that would be not a good move from your end, and that 10 seconds yield would lapse, or it will be yielded to chair automatically. I'll decide what to do with that. I hope yield to another delegate is clear. And the another delegate has to then and there stand at their place and add for 10 seconds whatever they wish to add on the specific agenda that has to be linked to the speaker. Right? Well and fine. I hope it is clear, Ashia. Well and fine. Sure. So moving on, after GSLs, we'll be taking moderated caucuses and unmoderated caucuses. Unmoderated caucus is nothing but just a lobbying time. You can rise up from your places, you can move here and there, right? And you can lobby amongst yourselves what sub-agenda should be discussed in a moderated caucus and other allied aspects, right? Moderated caucus's speech will be not less or more than 60 seconds. Right? GSL of 90 seconds, and the moderated caucus speech specifically for not more than 60 seconds. Well and fine, that's clear. We will be entertaining POIs mandatorily in every mod cauc. Every moderated caucus session will have one mandatory POI. Or in case you wish, we can keep it voluntary as well. If the delegate wants to give a POI, but I would suggest please keep it a mandatory POI, because until and unless questioning is done, there is no point of debate, right? And you are encouraged to speak verbally and less in chits, because it is not a chit writing competition, it is not an essay writing competition, it is a debate competition, exactly, right? So this will be about the mods and the unmods. We will be having 4 points on the floor. First, with point of personal privilege, in case you are having any physical discomfort, you are feeling little hot, right? Because you want to turn on the fan, turn off the fan, you want to go to the washroom. So you can raise the point of personal privilege. I want to go to the washroom and allow you can move. But you cannot move here and there, you cannot cross talk without raising any point. And you will not speak up in the committee until and unless you are recognized from my end. If I recognize you to speak, is the moment you'll start speaking, right? Because there's certain etiquette that has to be followed in a conference. And that has marks again. I'll be clearing out my marking scheme to you in a very transparent manner. So you should be aware that what is being marked and how it is being marked, what I'm expecting from you and what you are expected here to do. Well and fine? See, so point of personal privilege is clear. Next is the point of inquiry. So point of inquiry is nothing in case you have any query related to the committee. So you can ask that to us. You can ask the panel about any point of inquiry. You can raise a point of inquiry. Sir, I'm not understanding. Let's say he said, can you please explain eels once again? So it's a point of inquiry. I could not understand the point you made about eels. So can you please explain it again? So it is a sort of inquiry that you are making over here, right? So you can raise point of inquiry regarding that. Let's say the delegate of Germany is sitting over there. The delegate of Saudi Arabia spoke, but the delegate of Germany could not see the portfolio. So they could say the point of inquiry, what is the portfolio of that particular delegate who just spoke? So he'll be telling me it's a delegate of Saudi Arabia. Well and fine. Third is point of information. That in short form we call it POI. That is nothing but questions. The name itself suggests, see, you can, in case you're forgetting what I'm saying, you can either note it down or you can draw inference from personal privilege, personal discomfort. Inquiry. Point of information, you are seeking information from someone. That is, you can ask questions. And fourth is point of order. Point of order is a little different that I've explained in the training session because the PDF you were provided stated that about usage of personal pronouns. Talks about point of order, but generally point of order is on procedural inaccuracy. What does that mean again? Procedural inaccuracy is a point of order that you are raising on the chair, on the panel. Because let's say I'm saying I'll be taking on 8 GSLs and then I'll be taking on mods or unmods, right? Similarly, but what I do, I take on 20-25 GSLs at once and then I start mod, right? So you can raise a point of order, sir. There is a procedural inaccuracy from your end. You stated that you'll be taking 7 or 8 GSLs, so we'll specify that. But you did not start the mod. There's a procedural inaccuracy. You did not ask for POIs. Similarly, you can understand what a procedural inaccuracy is. So that is raised on the chair. Well and fine. I hope points are clear. Any doubts? Seeing none? Well and fine. Also, please note when you say present, if you say present today, during a roll call, if you say present, you can say present and voting tomorrow. And what is final and binding would be tomorrow's vote. Because if you say present today, it means that you are not very clear with your stance. You are a little dicey or you are very neutral. If you say present and voting, it shows you have a strong stance, you have a strong ideology related to the agenda, and you are very clear and specific to what you have to debate here. And what stance you will take, what side you will take, what block you will make, what block you will go with, what resolution you will draft. And the present and voting will be mandatory to vote at the draft resolution that we'll be having tomorrow positively after the second half of the committee, because that is the final documentation that we'll be having mandatorily in the committee. You cannot abstain from voting because it is voted upon to table and to pass. We'll be discussing it well and fine tomorrow in a detailed manner again when we discuss about draft resolutions. But in case you say only present today and only present tomorrow as well, so you can abstain from voting as well. Why to abstain? I'll just give a quick intro. Let's say apart from this particular agenda, let's say we are discussing Russia-Ukraine war, right? Russia-Ukraine conflict we are discussing. If India comes and says, sir, present and voting, so it would be at fault because India has a neutral stance at the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Officially we have our soft corner towards Russia, but we have not taken a stiff stance in the political geodiplomatic arena. So if you say present and voting, so it means you'll have to vote because the resolution will be either in favor of Russia or in the favor of Ukraine. The resolution is something not neutral. They will have to, at least they will ask the Russia to do ceasefire or something. So India says present and voting and they'll have to vote, okay, I'm voting in favor of Russia. So it will violate your foreign policy. You have to take care of your foreign policy. I hope you all must have read and you are aware of your own foreign policy. Right? Am I cool to accept that? Believe that you are well aware of your foreign policy of a particular country that you have been allotted. Right? Well, this was about rules of procedures. This is a simple ROP. Right? Can anyone tell me who is the current president of, who is having the current, because it's a rotating presidency that happens in G21. Right? Formally it is called G20 because it has 21 members, but it still holds its traditional name, that is G20 in official documents. Who is the current president of G21? Anyone? G21, who is the current president? Which country is having their presidency right now? Anyone? No? Yes, Turkey? South Africa, exactly. Do we have the delegate of South Africa? Do we have South Africa? So ideally what should happen, that delegate of South Africa should be sitting here as a chair, because the delegate of South Africa is their president. But I am sitting here and a delegate of South Africa is sitting over there to debate. This does not happen in the real world, because the country that holds, they will be deciding upon the agendas. It's a course of 1 year. I believe they held the presidency on 1st of December 2024 and it will be lasting till November 25. Post that, which country will be taking the presidency, because the tenure is of 1 year. Which will be the country taking the presidency of G21 post South Africa? Anyone? Which country? Not aware? No issues? Any wild guesses? Anyone you can guess? No? Do you have the delegate of US? Delegate of USA? Do we have? So you will be taking on the presidency from December 25. Right? USA will be taking the next presidency, because right now the G20 is going on in Johannesburg, South Africa. So, but this is an academic simulation. We are here to learn, to debate. So, for the matter of fact, here I will be taking on as the president, just as a situation in a position of moderator, because I will be just moderating the session. Ideally South Africa should be doing, but I will be doing for that time being. Well and fine. Any doubts? Any doubts? You can be very candid, still formal, and you can throw your doubts, because it should be very clear in your mind what we are going to do for the course of 2 days. Okay, something is, one point of chits is left, right? Chits are nothing. I hope you are aware of chits because it was discussed again. We will be having three types of chit actually. First is the POI chit, the question chit, and second is the reply chit. These are called transitive chits, because you will be writing questions in the format of a POI, this point of information. You will send it to us in a particular format. I will be jotting down the particular format on the board, right? And the similar format you have to write it. You have to stick to the format. In case you do not stick to the format, that chit would not be considered. It would be torn apart. You won't be marked on that, right? Similarly, reply chits, if a written question is asked to you, the reply should be written. If a verbal question is asked to you, you are expected to reply verbally, then and there itself, right? Well and fine. Third type of chit is substantive chit. Substantive chit is just an extension of your speech in case you missed a point. Let's say during the moderated session, during the moderated caucus, we take speeches of only 15 DELs. 15 nations will speak in one mod. What about the rest 15? They will give you speeches in the written format in a substantive manner, right? In the next moderated session, those who give it in the written manner can give it in the verbal manner, and those who give it in the verbal manner can give it in the written manner. Both will be marked equally on the same parameters, right? This is substantive chit. Any doubts? I believe, sir, do we have to go for the tea break? Because so you can have the tea break. We'll be resuming after the session just as the tea break ends. Thank you. Also, delegates, as we mentioned, right, about yields in the committee. So you are advised, if you are yielding time, you are advised to yield it to POIs, because if you are taking POIs, it shows that you have prepared well, you are ready to entertain questions, and you are expected to reply then and there, right? And you are encouraged to do so, and all of you are encouraged to ask questions as well, right? We can begin with a roll call. Well and fine. So as you know that you can respond with either present or present and voting. Please choose your vote wisely. So yeah, African Union. Present. Okay. Albania. Argentina. Australia. Bangladesh. Present. Belarus. Yes, ma'am. Present and voting. Okay. Please be a little loud. Okay. Please be a little loud. Okay. Throughout the course of 2 days, you have to speak loud. You have to be bold. Okay. I hope I'm audible till the back in this manner as well. Brazil. Canada. Present. Okay. China. European Union. Voting. France. Germany. Greece. India. Indonesia. Italy. Japan. Mexico. New Zealand. Pakistan. Qatar. Russia. Saudi Arabia. South Africa. Voting. South Korea. Thailand. Turkey. Should I call you Turkey or Turkey A? Turkey? Okay. You said present, right? Okay. United Kingdom. Ukraine. USA. Present and voting. The last delegate, Zimbabwe. So is there anyone whose roll call has not been done yet? Anyone who has missed their roll call or whose name has not been pronounced as of now? Seeing none? Okay. So we have the committee strength at 31. So what is the majority of the committee? Anyone? So anyone, what is the majority of the committee? What is 50% of 31? So what is the majority of the committee if the strength is 31? Anyone? 16. How? 31, what is half of 31? 15.5. I told that the majority formula is 50% plus 1. So 15.5 plus 1 is? Can a vote or a particular human or a particular country be in decimals? No. So we'll round off 16.5 to 17. So the majority is 17. Right? This is the particular method followed in the United Nations as well as to decide majority in the Indian setup of any legislative assembly, legislative council, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Please keep this in mind while deciding votes. Okay, this is slightly different from what we generally mean by the term majority. Right? So we have the 17 is the majority, which means that for any motion to pass, you will need at least 17 votes. Okay? What do I mean by motions? Means you want to start the GSL, you want to move it to a particular moderated caucus on a specific sub-agenda. So that should at least have how many votes? How many votes? 17. Good, 17 votes. Right? So now we'll be starting with the GSLs. Anyone of you can please stand and raise a motion to establish the agenda and start the GSLs. The individual time should be how many seconds? 90 seconds, right? Well and fine. Yes, sir, please. Delegate of Pakistan, I believe. Yes.
The delegate of Pakistan would like to raise a motion for general speakers list of individual speakers time 90 seconds.
So you need to just state it similar manner. The delegate of Pakistan would like to raise a motion to establish the agenda of this G20 committee with the agenda, whatever is the specific formal agenda for the committee, followed by with individual speakers time being 90 seconds for general speakers list.
The delegate of Pakistan would like to raise the general speakers list for the agenda of green finance for MSMEs in the G21 economy for individual speakers time 90 seconds.
for this general speakers list. For general speakers list.
For general speakers list.
The motion stands in order by the discretion of the chair. The committee will be starting with general speakers list. We'll be recognizing speakers all at once, right? Every one of you will be recognized now and then, now here and there, and we'll be taking it in slots, as mentioned, 7 to 8 slots, followed by mods. So it is high probability that half of you will be giving your GSLs tomorrow. And please keep in mind, as the GSL of the committee ends, as soon as the last speaker gives the GSL, the committee will end, right? Because this is the formal debate. GSL comprises of the formal debate and the mods and the unmods comprise of the informal debate. Right? Well and fine. Any doubts? Russia, you seem a little confused. Yes? Could I be more clear? This? See, we'll be recognizing speakers for GSL. Each one of you will be recognized because GSL is a mandatory statement that every one of you has to give. I hope you have prepared it as well. Right? We will be jotting down. We'll be asking you who wants to be the first speaker or who wants to be the second speaker in a similar manner. We'll be having 31 speakers one by one. We'll be taking first 7 speakers GSL right now. After 7 or 8 I will tell. After let's say the 32. So 31. We'll take 8 speakers at once. After 8 speakers are done, we'll take moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus as per your will. Okay? We'll do mods. Then we will take up again 8 speakers. We'll continue that list. Then we will take 1 mod. Then again we will take 8 more speakers. Then we will take 1 mod. Then again we will take 7 more speakers because 7 will be left. And as soon as the 31st speaker speaks, because after continuing the list, it will elapse to today, and some of you, even almost half of you, will be giving a GSL speeches tomorrow. Because mods will be having mods as well. So as soon as the 31st recognized speaker ends their GSL speech, the committee will end, and then we'll move on to the draft resolution. That's where we stop debating after the last GSL speaker. I hope that is clear now. It is just a theoretical way to know that GSL, why am I saying as soon as the GSL ends, the committee should end? And why not, if mod ends, committee should end? Why not this? Because GSL comprises of the formal debating. Whatever is GSL is the formal sort of debating, formal mode of debating. But the mods and the unmods, these are informal manners of debating, because whatever you will be discussing in moderated caucus would be a sub-part of whatever has been described as the main agenda. Right? And please remember that G20 was, when was G20 established? Anyone? When was G20 established? Did you read about the committee, a little background of the committee? So you should be aware of these things. How many members are there? How many invitees are there? Who are the invitees? So this gives you an edge over other people, because if you know where you are sitting, you know what is the purpose of this August gathering over here. That is the moment you decide what you are supposed to speak. G20 was established in 1999 with a specific agenda to deal with the financial problems. Asian financial crisis was going at that particular point of time. So they established countries like that. Slowly and gradually, they started to invite heads of government, heads of state as well. And it evolved into a intergovernmental organization which particularly deals with finance-related things. Now, ILO, International Labour Organization, WTO, these members are also invited at G20 because they deal with finance, right? So here to debate, because the agenda as well talks about finance, like green finance. In MSME, what is an MSME? Micro, small and medium enterprises. A lot of countries' economies, specifically developing economies, rely completely on MSMEs, including India. Almost more than 75 to 80% of India's industries are registered as MSMEs. Right? So this becomes a very important topic to debate upon. And remember, this is a solution-oriented committee. Any committee you go, whether this is G21, UNGA, UNSC, HRC, at any point of time in future, any other MUN, it has to be a solution-oriented committee. Your speeches should reflect solutions. What are the solutions that your country proposes at this global platform? This is what we are looking for. You need to be specific in your speeches, you need to be clear in your speeches. Whatever you say should be backed by data, facts, and proper analysis. Your articulation should be great. What do you mean by articulation? The way you speak, the connection of the points that you show me. That is what I'm looking for in the speeches. The better you do, the higher you will be in the leaderboard. Well and fine, I hope you know what I'm expecting out of you. I do not want vague explanations. I want specific data, statistics, backed arguments based on your personal analysis. You can take, I've told about the valid sources already, right? Very fine. Anything that has been authorized by the UN committees, UN organs, their resolutions, their documentations, any NGO or other reports that has been published by some organization that is linked with either UNICEF, UNHRC, or any of the allied organizations of the United Nations is admissible here. Reports by even ASEAN, SAARC, OIL, all these things are acceptable here. But please ensure reports, if you say at the, in a speech, any of the delegates say, sir, as you know, the report by Amnesty International or a survey done by Al Jazeera talks about this. So we won't be entertaining that. These are privately funded things. Privately funded organizations' reports and resources are not admissible here in our committee. Right? Well and fine. Delegates who wish to give their speeches and add their name in the GSL, please raise your placards high and aloft. As soon as your name is announced and you are recognized, you can lower your placards. South Africa, would you like to be the first speaker because you are just having the G20 presidency as of now? Do you wish to be the first speaker? Do you have any problem? So South Africa is the first speaker.
Saudi Arabia, Greece, Argentina, China, European Union, Italy, South Korea, Turkey, Qatar, Zimbabwe, Pakistan, Mexico, Albania, India, Brazil, Germany, Indonesia, UK, USA, Qatar, please. African Union, New Zealand, Russia, Australia, France, Thailand, Ukraine, Bangladesh, Canada, Belarus, Japan,
All of you have been recognized. So I'll repeat the order once. So in case you wish to note down your sequence of the speech, so you'll be well aware of it. You can note it down as well. So the first speaker would be South Africa, followed by Saudi Arabia, followed by Greece, followed by Argentina, followed by China, followed by European Union, followed by Italy, followed by South Korea, followed by Turkey, followed by Qatar, followed by Zimbabwe, followed by Pakistan, followed by Mexico, followed by Albania, followed by India, followed by Brazil, followed by Germany, followed by Indonesia, followed by United Kingdom, followed by United States of America, followed by African Union, followed by New Zealand, followed by Russia, followed by Australia, followed by France, followed by Thailand, followed by Ukraine, followed by Bangladesh, followed by Canada, followed by Belarus, and the last speaker being Japan. Well and fine, everyone has their name on the speakers list, right? So I believe we are good to start with the GSLs. South Africa. So you can either stand at your place and give your GSLs. We must be having cordless mic. So the mic will be provided to you if you want to stand at your place and give your speech. If you want to use the podium, you are welcome. So South Africa. Also, we'll be giving you taps. The first tap with the gavel, this is called the gavel. Okay, ma'am will give the first tap at 60 seconds and double tap at 90 seconds. After a double tap, you are supposed to stop speaking and sit down. After completing the last point, let's say you started a point at 88 seconds. You started, so you can speak till the next full stop. You speak till the next full stop, even if it takes 2-3 more seconds, we can entertain that. But after completing that particular statement, you are supposed to sit down.
Okay.
Well, fine?
Yes.
Thank you. Please start.
It always seems impossible until it's done. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, South Africa recognizes its urgent need to green our economy while empowering those who drive them, the MSMEs. These MSMEs make up 90% of South Africa's enterprises, yet they are often locked out of green finance due to the risk perception and structural barriers. Climate change is also highly impacting the development of the nation. South Africa understands that public-private funds alone are not enough to bridge the green finance gap. That's why the country incentivizes private sector to invest in our small businesses. This includes establishing public-private partnership that de-risk green project, low-carbon future, and sustainable agriculture. South Africa has initiatives like SCF Solution and Green Climate Fund supports MSMEs in green economy, focusing on renewable energy and energy efficiency. South Africa is actively implementing its National Development Plan 2030 (NDP) alongside with other major initiatives. South Africa is actively implementing other initiatives. We are not just seeking to survive the climate crisis. We are striving to thrive in a new, sustainable economy. Let sustainable development be our common ground and the green finance the bridge that get us there. Thanks to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. You have elapsed your time, so we'll not be having yields, right? So we'll move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Saudi Arabia.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman once said, we aim to be pioneers in sustainable development, setting an example for the world. Guided by this vision, Saudi Arabia sees micro, small and medium enterprises as key drivers of both economic and environmental responsibility. Today, MSME represent 99.5% of all business in Saudi Arabia. They are both essential for jobs and innovation, but still face many challenges. Saudi Arabia is honored to address the critical issues of private green finance. To solve this, the kingdom is building a stronger, greener financial system under the vision of 2030. Institutions like Monshad are helping to grow sustainably. National efforts such as Saudi Green Initiatives and Middle East Initiatives are pushing forward clean energy and climate action. To encourage private investment, Saudi Arabia launched the Financial Sectors Development Program and introduced tools like the ESU framework and green financing guidelines, which help direct money into low carbon emissions. Saudi Arabia believes MSME can become leaders in green innovation. That's why the kingdom supports G21 economies cooperation to reduce investment risk and grow blended finance models that help more MSME go green. Thanks.
Delegate, you have 12 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to yield the time for point of information.
So as 12 seconds are left and the delegate has yielded to POIs, we'll take one POI. Members who wish to ask POI to Saudi Arabia may raise your placards. We'll give it to Brazil. Brazil, you can ask.
Vision 2030 goals for innovation-driven economy. How is the kingdom addressing the continued concentration of startup and funding in the Riyadh and Jeddah, ensuring equitable development across? How can the country ignore other rural areas?
Delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to answer the question raised by the Brazil. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 explicitly recognized the sustainable economic diversification cannot be achieved by focusing solely on major cities like Riyadh and Jeddah. While these cities naturally attract higher levels of investment due to infrastructure and population density, the kingdom has taken clear and deliberate steps to extend economic opportunities to rural and underdeveloped regions, in line with the vision's key pillar of a thriving economy for all. Monshad and regional startup ecosystems are helping for that. Ignore rural regions would directly contradict the goals of Vision 2030. As it would result in unbalanced growth, migration pressures, and missed opportunities for regional economic contributions. Equitable development is essential not only for economic resilience, but also for social stability and national unity.
Hello. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So, can you please sit down, Saudi Arabia. Good answer. Please make sure one thing. A speech is supposed to be a speech. A question is supposed to be a question, and a reply should be supposed to be a reply, not an entire speech. Right? Keep your questions crisp and to the point, and keep your replies to the point. Well and fine? Great. We'll move on to the next speaker, that is the delegate of Greece. Wish to use the podium, please.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegates of Hellenic Republic of Greece would like to express thought on the topic private green finance for MSMEs in G21 economics. Why MSMEs are important for Greece's economy? Greece's economy is driven by micro, small and medium enterprises, which makes up over 99.9% of our businesses and employs nearly 84% of our workforce. For Greece and the Mediterranean, a sustainable future depends on empowering these small businesses to lead the green transition. As a nation at Europe's crossroad, Greece takes shared responsibility to build climate resilience, especially for MSMEs, the backbone of our economy and culture. We have mobilized over 1.3 billion euros through public-private partnership, the Hellenic Development Bank and Green Guarantee Fund, supporting energy-efficient manufacturing, ecotourism, and sustainable agriculture under Greece 2.0 recovery plan. Our green loans unlock private investment, improve credit access, and reduces risk. Empowering Greece's small businesses through green finance is not just an investment in our economy. It's a commitment to our planet, our people, and our future. Thank you.
We have 9 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield my time to the point of information.
POIs. We'll take one POI. Delegate of Ukraine, go ahead.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Greece. According to International Monetary Fund, Greece is highly indebted because of overspending by the government. And how is Greece planning to contribute to MSMEs with these type of practices going on inside the Greece country?
Point of inquiry raised by the delegate of Greece to the delegate of Ukraine. You are not audible. Would you please loud your volume?
According to International Monetary Fund, Greece is highly indebted because of the overspending by the government. And how is Greece planning to contribute to MSMEs with these type of practices going on inside the country?
The delegate of Greece would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of Ukraine. I agree that Greece is going under financial crisis, but we are supporting the financial crisis and overcoming it through the climate resilience and foreign direct investment. And our plan for net zero is till the 2050 and 55% reduction in carbon emission till 2035. And like we are supporting MSMEs through the Hellenic Development Bank and Green Guarantee Fund under the Greece 2.0 recovery plan.
Delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a POI to the delegate of Greece. You can just directly start asking your question, right? There's no specific mandate to just repeat that. Also Greece, like you mentioned right in the reply, that I would like to reply to this. You need not mention it. You can just directly come to the reply. Well, fine. The next is delegate of Argentina. For 90 seconds.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, representing the Republic of Argentina, I want to talk about the topic private green finance for MSMEs in G21 economies. It's not about economics, it's about the future.
In Argentina, micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of the country, making up over 99% of businesses. Yet, they face serious challenges in securing sustainable finance, limiting their ability to innovate, adopt green technologies, and lead in the low carbon transition. The United Nations has been a key partner in addressing this. Under the UN Partnership for Action on Green Economy, National Dialogues in 2023 united government, private sector, and MSME representatives to design realistic pathways for green jobs, energy efficiency programs, and private green finance. In 2025, UNDP's Biofin launched FIRE Argentina, a platform linking MSMEs to over 300 biodiversity and green finance opportunities. It offers ESG guidance, proposal tools, and direct connection with sustainable investors. Through the UNDP IRFF Inclusive Insurance Initiative, Argentina is building risk finance and insurtech solutions so MSMEs can recover quickly from climate and economic shocks. Finally, UNCDAD's Eprometic program equips entrepreneurs with the skills to present credible, bankable green projects that meet investor expectations. Thank you.
Delegates, the floor for the chits is now open. You can start writing chits. There's a cap on chits. You can write maximum of 4 chits. Written POI chits. 4 chits per day. 4 today and 4 tomorrow. We will be closing the floor for the chits at a specific time before concluding the committee. That specific time would be told you before 15 minutes before closing the floor, right? Suppose we are about to close the floor at 3:30, we'll let you know by 3:15. Well and fine. Also, just a suggestion, because slowly and gradually what is important here is the way you make your speeches, the way you frame your speeches. It is important, obviously, that you take into account the domestic politics and the domestic policies that you have framed related to MSMEs and the green economy. But you also need to ensure that your speeches should reflect your presence on the international platform. You have to say, not audible, okay. You have to make sure that your speeches should reflect what is your stance at the global platform as well. What do you expect from the global fraternity? And what are your contributions to the global fraternity on this specific agenda? Apart from the particular, the initial speeches, whatever you say about your domestic politics and the allied aspects. Also, there's one more suggestion. In case your GSL speech is after 5-6 speakers or after something, after 2 speakers, or even after the first speaker, please try and understand that do not say repetitive points. In case you are saying something that has already been said on the floor before, so what value are you adding to the debate? You're adding nothing, but you're just repeating the same. Please try to add something unique and more points. So this adds up an additional responsibility on those who will be speaking late, or maybe tomorrow itself, because you'll have complete time today to prepare again. You can refine your speeches. This is why it is important that a good debater should be a good listener as well. So listen whatever has been said and make sure you do not repeat in your speeches. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor. Please start.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, as the world faces a dual challenge of climate urgency and economic inclusion, China believes the future must be built by empowering MSMEs with green finance, not in theory but in action. The People's Republic of China recognizes MSME as the backbone of our economy, contributing nearly 60% to GDP, over 70% to innovation, and 80% to urban jobs. With green loans surpassing RMB 35.8 trillion as of 2024, China is actively channeling finance towards low-carbon development. Policies like Green Finance Guidelines and 14th Five-Year Plan for SMEs promote cleaner production, digital transformation, and inclusive financing. For China, green finance for MSMEs is not just policy, it's a pathway to achieving our dual carbon and 2060 carbon neutrality goals. Despite progress, China's MSMEs face challenges in accessing green finance due to high collateral demands and limited awareness. To address this, China is implementing measures such as expanded green credit guarantees, fintech partnership, and ESG-aligned investments. The goal is to create a robust, inclusive, and transparent financial system by 2060 that supports environmental protection and ecological enhancement. In conclusion, the delegate of China would like to remember that empowering MSMEs through private green finance is not just an economic necessity, it is an environmental responsibility. As a wise voice from China's close ally, Kenya once said, "The generation that destroys the environment is not the generation that pays the price." Let us act now for a greener and fairer future for all. Delegates, thank the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of China. 3 seconds. You won't take anything. We'll be yielded to chair. 3 seconds. You can't entertain anything, right? Thank you. Please sit down. Yes, you have to say something.
Yield for point.
See, for POI, we cannot take a POI in 3 seconds. At least you need 5 to 6 seconds for that. Because 3 seconds are left, so it will be yielded accordingly to the chair, and I decide to move on to the next speaker. Right? Also, delegates, just a frank question to all. Did you understand what did she say? No? So this brings us to 2 points. First thing, that if you are not able to comprehend what she was, because I was able to comprehend. This is the manner I'll be marking her, obviously, right? If you are not able to comprehend, why didn't you interrupt? I was able to understand anything. Why didn't you interrupt? First thing. Secondly, it adds up an additional responsibility on the delegate of China that the way you are speaking has to be understood by other people as well. Okay, I'm sorry. Right. So the way you are speaking, it has to be made sure that others also understand, because here you are for a debate and discussion. So the impact that comes on the ground has to be comprehensible to other people as well, right? So please make sure, see, don't worry, you seem a little worried, you have been marked accordingly according to your content and delivery, don't worry about that. So it is a responsibility of other people. In case you are not able to comprehend or listen to whatever the other person is saying, you can interrupt a speaker using point of personal privilege, that the speaker is not audible clearly, I'm not able to understand. We can ask the speaker to just slow down a little or speak a little more clear, right? And this is the only point and the only manner you can interrupt a speaker during their speech. You cannot interrupt a speaker in any other specified manner when they are speaking. It is just one condition, that they are not audible properly, right? So you can use that, sir. That's the question that you asked. It is point of personal privilege. Well and fine. And you all have an additional responsibility that you are saying something, it should be comprehensible to other people. Then and there only there is a matter of debate that comes. Next in the line we have the delegate of European Union.
Finance is the oxygen of MSMEs, and too many are still suffocating. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the European Union strongly supports the expansion of private green finance to empower MSMEs across the G21. These enterprises represent over 90% of businesses globally, but receive less than 3% of climate finance. The EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan mobilizes over €1 trillion by 2030, with a green taxonomy to guide private investment. The European Investment Bank also supports green bonds tailored for MSMEs in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Initiatives like InvestEU or in Europe Plus also welcomes partnerships with MSMEs rich nations. Without inclusive tools, energy transition will remain inaccessible. The EU proposes climate credit guarantees, blended finance models, and regulatory incentives to foster private capital into green innovation. The EU calls on all G21 nations to create enabling ecosystem for MSMEs to lead the green transition. The delegate thanks to Chair.
Delegate, you have 16 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate would like to yield to the point of information.
POIs. Since 16 seconds are left, we'll take 2 POIs and the other 2 delegate of Pakistan. Russia followed by Pakistan.
The delegate of European Union elaborate the amount of ESG bonds which was raised by the European Union.
Would the delegate repeat the question one more time?
Can the delegate of European Union elaborate the amount of ESG bond which is raised by its country?
Can you elaborate on the amount of ESG bonds that you have released? Can you explain what ESG bonds is to her, because I hope you are not aware of it.
ESG bonds are environmental governance supporting bonds. So it's kind of a bond which is raised for sustainability, for economic sustainability, green finance sustainability.
The EU has 1 minute. The EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan is mobilizing over €1 trillion by 2030.
Here. If the European Union is really put to making a global effect on sustainable development to the sustainable development goals. Yet, still, why is the Article 31 of Intellectual Property Protection Act of EU against sharing of sustainable technology to other nations? Is the EU really just all words and not actions?
No, the last part I didn't get.
So the delegate mentions that you talk about sustainable development, right? You try to adhere to sustainable development goals. But a law, Article 31 of IPR, I believe, he stated, prohibits your European Union to share the sustainable technology with other nations. So is it only words and no action from European Union? This is what they're asking.
No, we have been collaborating with countries like Zimbabwe, countries like Armenia to promote our sustainable finance. We cooperate with many with countries in continents like Latin America, Africa and Asia.
Thank you, European Union.
Thank you. Please sit down. You may take your seat. Next speaker we have is the delegate of Italy.
And esteemed delegates, when the world stands at crossroads between climate urgency and economic equity, Italy believes the solution lies in empowering the smallest engines of our economy, MSMEs, through green finance, not tomorrow, but today. The Republic of Italy stands strong in all major MSME statistics, with over 4 million SMEs, 80% of which are MSMEs. As of 2024, Italy leads the EU in this sector, with MSMEs contributing over 40% to our GDP, 65% to our GVA, and employing more than 13 million people. They also account for over 53% of exports, well above the EU average. Given their vital role, promoting green finance for MSMEs is not just progress, it's a lifeline, a step to fulfilling our 2050 sustainability goals. The government of Italy provides the best eco-friendly options that also promote the economic growth to startups by giving out BTB bonds, which we have raised to 8.8 billion in just euros in just this year. We also have the EIB financing many green projects, not to mention the Italian Climate Fund with the help of the UN, which aims to allocate 100 billion for developing countries in need of the funds. In conclusion, Italy firmly believes the unlocking of green finance for MSMEs require a blend of innovation, inclusivity, and international cooperation. By promoting green credit lines, supporting blended finance, and investing in digital routes for transparent impact tracking, Italy continues to lead by example. The delegate calls on fellow G21 nations to adopt similar measures, ensuring that MSMEs become active drivers of a greener, more resilient global economy. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate of, yes, ma'am. Point?
The delegate of Greece would like to raise a point of personal privilege that the delegate of Italy was not audible. And it was too fast too.
Ma'am, you are supposed, do you want a specific line to be repeated?
No, but the whole speech was inaudible to me.
Ma'am, you had to do that midst of the speech. When they're speaking, you had to tell that at that point of time that you're not audible to.
I raised my placard, but you were looking here and there, so you were not able to see that I raised my placard.
Sorry, I will take care of that. Do you want anything to be repeated? The entire speech cannot be repeated.
The last paragraph.
So can you please repeat the last paragraph after in conclusion?
In conclusion, Italy firmly believes that unlocking green finance for MSMEs require a blend of innovation, inclusivity, and international cooperation. By promoting green credit lines, supporting blended finance models, and investing digital tools for transparent impact tracking, Italy continues to lead by example. The delegate of Italy calls fellow G21 members to adopt similar measures, ensuring that MSMEs become active drivers of a greener, more resilient global economy. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much. Time? 2 seconds are left. Yeah. The chair decides to move to the next speaker. So with this, please sit down. We'll be taking one more speaker, then we'll be moving for the lunch. And post that, because it will be the 8th speaker, post that when we come, we'll be starting with moderated caucuses, right? So the next speaker on the list is delegate of South Korea.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. South Korea once stood in the ruins of war, but chose resilience over despair. Today, we arise becoming the 13th largest economy, and we understand that development must begin at the roots of our MSMEs. In South Korea, they account for 99% enterprises, employing and generating 65% national value added. Recognizing the responsibilities of our environment, our Minister of Environment and KT have expanded the Green Asset Securitization Support Program, utilizing the K taxonomy. With support from the Korean Credit Guarantee Fund, 155.5 billion worth of green asset-backed securities have already been issued, accelerating low-carbon innovation for 74 small enterprises. The Republic of Korea remains dedicated to international commitments. We are proud to be the host of Global Green Growth Institute to build resilience across vulnerable MSMEs network worldwide. And through COICA's funding, we have donated a total of 563 million to countries across the world. The Republic of Korea believes international forums like G21 are not only a forum of plans and vision, but actions. Hence, the Republic of Korea proposes to all nations to invest in clean technology to boost MSMEs and reduce the carbon emission. Thanks. Thanks.
Three questions. Those of you who have asked one question, please lower your placards. We'll give it to Australia. Give it to Australia, followed by USA, followed by India.
The delegate of Australia would like to raise the point of information to the delegate of South Korea. What are the most effective ways for private financial institutions in I'm so sorry. How can South Korea's advanced technological capabilities be harnessed to develop innovative private green finance solutions and digital platforms that streamline access for MSMEs?
Can you just make the question a little more concise?
How can South Korea's advanced technological capabilities be harnessed to develop innovative private green finance solutions and digital platforms that streamline access for MSMEs?
So, as I said, as the Republic of Korea has hosted the global, the Global Green Institute, which invests upon the clean technologies, not only for South Korea but also across the world. And one thing is that the green models that is made by the Republic of Korea is also being used in the United Nations and East Asia Climate Fund. So we have provided not only a modern but different technologies that is used globally, not only in South Korea.
The delegate is satisfied.
Thank you. Next is the delegate of USA, right? Please.
The delegate of USA would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of South Korea. How does South Korea's government support small domestic enterprises transitioning to low carbon operations?
So the Republic of Korea has partnership with public and private enterprises to invest in low emission carbon technologies, because as the Republic of Korea understands that
can the delegate of South Korea answer the question more clearly?
Sorry. The Republic of Korea has been partnership with public and private enterprises to invest in carbon technology, because Republic of Korea identifies that the carbon emissions are larger in South Korea, and we have also initiated international collaboration with European Union in foreign investments only for green carbon technologies, so that our MSMEs not only boost the economy but also the carbon technology, the carbon emission is being reduced, and to achieve the 2030 carbon neutrality goal.
How can G21 economies, particularly Korea, enhance the role of private green in MSMEs?
Can you repeat the question?
How can G21 economies, particularly the Korea, enhance the role of private green in MSMEs?
So, the Republic of Korea, as it said, we not only provides loans, credits, but also we have institutions like Global Green Institute, as well as Korea Business for startups and entrepreneurship, not only to invite young entrepreneurs and startups. So this is also to invest more funds to build a MSME, not only to foster them, but also to build a green economy in South Korea.
So delegates will be moving on for lunch. All of you must submit your electronic gadgets. It must be kept somewhere before the committee started. You must have submitted electronic gadgets, right? Phones, laptops. Yes or no? Please put them back. Please put your electronic gadgets, phones, smartphones away again, wheresoever it was submitted earlier. You're not allowed to use them again. Is everyone here back in the committee? Do we have everyone? Who is missing? I believe everyone is there. Ukraine is not there. I guess she is here. Commencing the committee again, we'll be resuming the session. Does anyone of you know how to raise a motion for an unmoderated caucus or a moderated caucus? So first of all, do we have a consensus over a sub-agenda for moderated caucus? You have decided a sub-agenda. All of you agree on that? All of you are aware of that? Yes? So I believe we do not need an unmod. We just need a moderated caucus session directly and we can start. Well and fine. Timing for the mod will be how much? 60 seconds. Right? So we have 31 speakers. So the timing for the mod, total timing for the mod technically should not increase more than half of the delegate's time in minutes. What do I mean? Because when we raise a motion, we talk about individual speaker's time, which will be 60 seconds. Moreover, we will be taking a total speaker's time as well. Like for how long this particular moderated session will go on, which will determine the number of speakers. For example, we have 31 speakers, right? And so our moderated caucus session cannot be of more than how many minutes? Half of 31 is 15.5. So our mod caucus session could not be more than of 16 minutes. It will be of maximum 16 minutes, which means only 16 speakers can speak. But this is an academic simulation. We will take all of you who wish to speak, and after 16 minutes have elapsed, 16 speakers have given their speech, we will raise an extension motion to extend that time of 16 minutes for more than, again 16 minutes, so that all the speakers can be accommodated. Understood? No? You'll come to know slowly and gradually as you move into it. It's just a procedural thing. Right? So, do you know how to raise a motion? Anyone for a sub-agenda? First, well, note it down. I'll dictate. Note it down so that all of you can know how to raise a motion so that further motions can be raised by every one of you or any of you. A delegate of dash would be your own portfolio, would like to raise a motion to suspend the ongoing GSL, to suspend the ongoing GSL and move the committee, suspend the ongoing GSL and move the committee into an unmoderated / moderated, which means if you are raising for an unmoderated caucus, you can raise for an unmoderated caucus, but if you are raising for a moderated caucus, you could speak of moderated caucus. Would like to raise a motion to move the committee. It is moderated caucus, unmoderated moderate caucus with individual speakers' time being 60 seconds, comma, total speakers time being dash minutes. Here you will be saying 16 minutes, okay? The reason I have told you because it is half the number of delegates we have in the committee. Total speakers timing 16 minutes. The sub-agenda being, total speakers timing 16 minutes with one verbal POI, and with the sub-agenda dash. And the sub-agenda dash. In the sub-agenda for the moderated caucus that you have discussed amongst yourselves would be put in, right? So now you know how to raise a motion. You just need to fill in the blanks, right? So, any motions on the floor? I see three people. Okay? Delegate of China, followed by delegate of Greece, followed by delegate of Pakistan. Yes, China.
The delegate of China would like to suspend the ongoing GSL and move the committee into a moderated caucus with individual speakers' time 60 seconds and total speakers' time be 16 minutes with one verbal POI with the sub-agenda improvement in technique and technology to start renewable sources in low budget according to project 2017 net zero carbon emission.
So, followed by Greece. In case you have the same motion, you can say, I second the motion of the delegate of China, right? Or in case you have some other motion, you can raise the motion in a similar manner.
The delegate of Greece seconds the motion passed by the delegate of China. Raised by the China, sorry.
Pakistan, same motion. Same. So you second the motion. You can say, I second the motion. The delegate of Pakistan seconds. Well and fine. So you can please write the motion and give it to me. The agenda, sub-agenda. Just write the sub-agenda and give it to me. So we have a motion on the floor raised by delegate of China, seconded by Greece and a delegate of Pakistan, which talks about moderated caucus with sub-agenda which will be recited as of now, and individual speakers time being 60 seconds, total speakers time being 16 minutes, and one verbal POI after every speaker, right? Which means one speaker will be entertained, one question will be entertained after every speaker, right? Clear? So all of you are aware of the sub-agenda, you know? So the members in favor of the motion, please raise your placards. Or let's do it the other way. Let's have a voice vote. You know what a voice vote is? Voice vote. Hello. Voice vote is the manner of voting in which you do not raise your placards, but by the amount of loudness the decision is decided. We'll have it now. The members who are in favor of the motion may say aye loudly. We'll do it again. Now you know what to do. The members in favor of the motion may say aye. Members against say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Motion clearly passes. Okay? So this is how a voice voting is done. Because the ayes, the loudness of the ayes were more. So we'll have it, right? And since there was no nays, right? So the committee is now into a moderated caucus session with individual speakers time being 16, total time being 6. This is the agenda. This long. Okay. Right? So we'll be recognizing at least now 16 speakers because 1 minute is the time, total time is 16. We'll be taking 16 speakers as of now. After we have elapsed 16 speakers, then we will take up more speakers after raising an extension motion for this particular moderated caucus. First we'll extend the total time from 16 to more than, again 16, 32, and then we will take up again rest of the 15 speakers. So in this manner, each one of you will get to speak in this motion. Well and fine? Good. Please second agenda, please try to make it a little concise, okay? It's an agenda, it's not a paragraph. Improvement in technique and technology to start renewable sources in low budget according to project 2070 net zero carbon emission with starting general public funding in green finance for MSMEs. Improvement in technique and technology to start renewable sources in low budget. See, I am taking into consideration only up to MSMEs, okay? because once a full stop comes, the motion ends, right? So you can obviously include the improvement point into your speeches, so you can cut from improvement to the budget, right? So members who wish to give their speeches in this moderated caucus session, please raise your placards. Don't you all want to give your speeches? You must have prepared, right? So raise it high aloft. Can you please note it down? Whosoever I am recognizing, note it down on a fresh piece of paper, okay? First of all, those who have given your GSL, please lower your placards. Okay. So we'll start with Mexico. Okay. Followed by Pakistan. Followed by Japan. Followed by Brazil. Followed by Russia. Followed by France. Followed by Qatar. Followed by Ukraine. Followed by Turkey. How many are there? 9. Followed by 8. Followed by Germany. Followed by African Union. Followed by India. Followed by Zimbabwe. Followed by Australia. How many? $13. Okay. Followed by Indonesia. 14. Raise your placards, other people. Those who have given GSL, they can also raise their placards now. 14. Followed by China. Followed by Greece. Okay. Happened? Done. China followed by Greece. Right? We are done with 16 speakers. Right? Please announce the list once. Post this, we will be recognizing more speakers. Okay? All of you will get a chance to speak.
Mexico, Pakistan, Brazil, Russia, France, Qatar, Ukraine, Turkey, Germany, African Union, India, Zimbabwe, Australia, Indonesia, China, Greece.
We'll start the speeches.
And esteemed delegates, the delegation of Mexico emphasizes that achieving our 2070 net zero carbon goal is not possible without access low-cost renewable technology for MSMEs. Today, many small enterprises are willing to adopt clean energy but are held back by the high upfront costs, limited awareness, and weak infrastructure. To address this, Mexico supports open access green technology and is expanding low-budget solar and wind projects through public-private collaborations and pilot programs in rural regions. Moreover, we propose the launch of public green funding platforms where citizens, diaspora, and local investors can contribute directly to the sustainable MSMEs, creating ownership, innovation, and impact of grassroots. Let's ensure that innovations meets inclusion and the green transitions don't remain privilege of powerful, but the right of every entrepreneur. Let's ensure innovation meets inclusion and the green transition does not remain as the privilege of.
The delegate of Albania would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of Mexico. In 2022, Mexico emitted approximately 487.8 million tons of CO2, a 10.4% increase over 2021, equivalent to about 1.27% of global emissions. What has the country done to solve this issue?
A little more louder.
In 2022, Mexico emitted approximately 487.8 million tons of CO2, a 10.4% increase over 2021, equivalent to about 1.27% of global emissions. What has the country done to solve this issue?
So to tackle the rising carbon emission, Mexico has taken several measures. Updated by the NDC's 2022, Mexico raised its climate ambition and aiming to reduce greenhouse gases emissions by 35% by 2030 and promotion of renewable energy, that government has increased the investments in solar and wind energy, including programs like Sonara Plan and focusing on green energy. Energy transition laws were promoted, gradual reduction of fossil fuels and depending on support of green tech is well done.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we are no longer asking if the world must change. We are asking how fast it must. 2070 is not a distant target, but as an urgent finish line, we have net zero carbon emissions. But to get there, we must unlock the tiny giants, the small and medium-sized enterprises, the local innovators who in truth don't need billion-dollar technology, but instead they need affordable, practical and scalable solutions. Fortunately, the tide is turning. Macro and wind turbines now power remote villages in Zimbabwe. Solar-powered cold storages are preserving food where there is no grid in South Africa. These breakthroughs aren't coming from scientific labs alone. They are coming from rooftops, garages and local workshops. But innovations without funding is like turbine with no wind. That's why we must create green finance mechanisms for MSMEs. Not just through banks and policy, but also through crowdfunding, climate bonds and decentralized investment platforms. We can let the public become stakeholders in sustainability. Together, let us make sure to let every citizen know that they are not too powerless to invest in the planet. The road to 2070 begins today, powered by ideas, driven by purpose, and fueled by everyone. Together.
Thank you, Delegate of Pakistan. We'll take POIs. Delegate of Pakistan. Greece and Australia. Anyone else? Only two? Greece, you have asked one question, right? As of now, you have not asked. Australia, have you asked one question? So we will give it to Greece. Please go ahead.
How will Pakistan ensure equitable access to green finance for MSMEs in rural or island regions? Sorry, I repeat. How will Greece ensure equitable access to green finance for MSMEs in rural regions? In Pakistan, sorry.
Can you repeat the last part?
How will Pakistan ensure equitable access to green finance for MSMEs in rural regions?
That's a great question, Greece. Now, Pakistan has seen what China and South Africa have done with green bonds in their respective countries. Pakistan aspires to do the same inside the country to create a system of green bonds that's specifically targeted for MSMEs, so that the MSMEs in rural areas can have access to funding to grow towards the low carbon goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Pakistan. Please sit down. Delegate of Brazil.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, no one wants to remember you about the turnover of Brazil in MSME and green finance in few years. Brazil stands as proof that green growth and energy justice can go hand in hand, no matter how small business is left behind in the race to net zero by 2070. But Brazil facing 5.2 trillion financing gap for green transition. We put forward that solar for all public funds. Brazil incentives cut solar adoption by cost by 40%. While mega solar farms dominate headlines, our biofuel, microgrids and Brazil Energy as a Service program are the key for MSME. G21 must take action for the energy democracy. With $1 trillion annual climate finance and patent waivers for critical tech like green hydrogen electrolyzers and growing digital bonds. Let us turn pledges into power, affordable, inclusive and unstoppable. Thanks.
Thank you, Delegate of Brazil. POI is to Brazil. We'll give it to Qatar.
Why should Brazil receive more climate finance when it's also a major oil and gas producer expanding offshore drilling? Repeat the question. Why should Brazil receive more climate finance when it's also a major oil and gas producer expanding offshore drilling?
Could the delegate repeat the question, please?
Why should Brazil receive more climate finance when it's also a major oil and gas producer expanding offshore drilling?
That's a great question. Brazil is managing transition energy strategy. While fossil energy remains part of our current economy, our new oil and gas projects are subject to climate screening mechanism under ANP and IBAMA. And we are investing in parallel to scale solar, wind and hydrogen. Our goal is balance, not hypocrisy.
So that you could be heard clearly everywhere. Also, please make sure when you are sending reply chits, so you attach the POI chit with the reply and fold it from the top left corner, both the pages, so that the POI and the reply do not get separated and they can be marked accordingly from our end, okay? So you have the floor for 60 seconds.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegate of Russian Federation affirm its shared responsibility to accelerate the global energy transition. Russia is pursuing its own net zero goal by 2060 with emphasis on domestic innovation and inclusive green finance. The delegate believes MSMEs must be at the heart of this shift. Russia is investing in low-cost solar and wind technologies, modular systems and smart grid platforms to empower small businesses. The country's green finance taxonomy, recognized internationally, enables targeted funds through green bonds and ESG-linked instruments. The United Nations encourages these efforts, emphasizing the need for decentralized renewables, crowdfunding platforms, and tailored credit models that uplift MSMEs and drive equality in the transition. United Nations agencies, including United Nations Environmental Programme and UNDP, call on all member states to democratize clean energy access and strengthen impact accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. POI to Russia.
I would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Russia. Given Russia's ongoing military aggression in Ukraine, which has devastated economy and infrastructure, how can Russia credibly claim to support private green finance for MSMEs in G21, especially the technology of green finance, when its action undermine regional stability, disrupt global markets and deter international investor crucial for green projects?
The delegate of Russia would like to reply to the point of information which is raised by the delegate of Ukraine. Delegate has mentioned military aggression. Military aggression is a threat to foreign investors, and so Russia is looking forward for its for the developments of its domestic investors, and the country has its domestic investors such as the private banks, that is Rosebank and SBR, as and also the Gazprom Bank, and also Russia has improved its digital financial system for green finance. It has brought capital markets access to the domestic investors so that they can invest.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia and Ukraine. Next speaker is Delegate of France.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegate of France recognized that achieving net zero targets by 2070 is not only a policy goal, but a technological and financial challenge for MSMEs across G21 nations. While these enterprises are vital to economic growth and local sustainability, they lack the capital and tools to adopt renewable solutions. France believes the solution lies in scaling affordable, localized green technology, like modular solar kits, bioenergy units, and microgrids, and ensuring that public green finance is democratized. Through platforms like Glumo, France enables citizens to fund renewable startups. Through BPI France, we support MSMEs with green transition loans. We urge G21 to fund R&D in low-cost renewable, develop community-based climate finance models, and promote technology transfer to MSMEs. Because if we want a green future, it must be powered not only by innovation, but by inclusion. Thank you.
Add anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. POIs to France. Those who have asked one POI as of now, please lower your placards. You asked in GSL, right? Anyone else? Please ask questions. It shows that you are listening to the speaker and in case you are not asking a question which directly indicates that you agree with every point that they have said. And always the repetitive hands would, see, at the end of the day, it's a debating competition. Remember that. Delegate of South Korea, go ahead.
Investing in technological to improve the international efforts.
Thank you for the question. France is expanding BPI France green loan programs to include community-funded renewable projects. Also promote platforms like Lumo internationally, especially in Francophone Africa and the Mediterranean. France support MSMEs through AFD's Clean Energy Challenge Fund, and we push for a G21 Renewable Innovation Hub, co-led by France, to share low-cost solutions across nations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Delegate of France. We move on to Delegate of Qatar.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, big change begins with small green step. As Qatar moves towards its 2017 net zero carbon goal, supporting MSME with low-cost renewable technology and public green finance is essential. However, this transition is not without challenges. Qatar faces key issues like over-dependence on oil and gas, high cost of renewable energy, lack of technical knowledge and awareness. To tackle this, Qatar launched the Q&E strategy backed by Al-Qarsa low-cost solar and green finance from the Qatar Development Bank. It is time to empower MSME with accessible green technology and public financing, because achieving net zero by 2070 starts with enabling small enterprises to lead big change. The Delegate of Qatar thanks the Chair.
You have 5 seconds left. Do you wish to add anything? Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. POIs to Qatar. Okay, we'll give it to UK.
Yes, like EarthNAS, Global Research Partnership, and welcome foreign investments that co-development innovation finance models for MSMEs.
Thank you, delegates. Please sit down. Next, we have a delegate of Ukraine.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Ukraine actually set its sight on 2060 net zero carbon target. The country must empower those at the heart of the country's economy, MSMEs. The solution lies in innovation, inclusion and investment. Today, improved technology make renewable energy and more affordable than ever. Solar panel, bioenergy systems and energy efficiency tool can now be launched at a low budget. But technology alone isn't enough. Ukraine needs to unlock green finance for small businesses through public funding platforms, crowdsources, investments where citizens can directly support climate-smart MSMEs. This democratizes green finance, boosts local ownership and accelerates our shift to clean energy. Let's give our entrepreneurs the tools and trust to lead Ukraine's green transition. Climate goals aren't just for governments, they are missions we all share. Together, through innovation and public support, the country can power a carbon-free Ukraine. The delegate thanks the chair.
Of Ukraine, POIs to Ukraine. Anyone who has not even asked one question? Those who have asked one question, lower your placards. Saudi Arabia, you haven't asked a question? You have given your GSL. France, have you given, France has given the speech. Saudi Arabia, go ahead.
What role do financial institutions in Ukraine in supporting MSMEs to transition to green business models, and is this sufficient when compared to G21 economies?
The delegate thanks Saudi Arabia for the question. Well, the European Union, which is also a part of G21 member, has been supporting us before the war, before the full invasion, during the full invasion, and after the full invasion. So your question is, what are the green institutions that Ukraine is providing, right? Okay. So in our country, in the country Ukraine, after the full invasion, the infrastructure, the people, the nature has completely been destroyed. So therefore, our foreign investors have been investing and helping us throughout this process. We have when talking about bank, we have Ukraine's bank, the fifth largest bank in the Ukraine, and they invest in green finance. And also we have certain programs. We have certain programs for rural people. The country promotes private investors as it is a major challenge faced by Ukraine. After the full invasion, will the country be able to protect the investors? We have EBRD, the European Bank for Recovery and Development. We have BD as the bank Business Development Center. And the country is also supported by EIB, the European Investment Bank, for this green recovery, as Ukraine is having 99% of business as per the UNID report, UN report, and it's 99% depends on MSMEs, and MSMEs are the backbone, and Ukraine will try its best to support the MSMEs and private investors.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll move on to the next speaker, that is Delegate of Turkey.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as the world races toward the 2070 net zero carbon emission goal, Turkey stands at a defining crossroad. The question is not whether we can transition to renewable energy, but how we can do it affordably, exclusively and sustainably. Thanks to breakthrough in solar, wind and bioenergy technology, clean power no longer demands a massive budget. It demands smart innovation. Modular solar panels, low-cost storage and AI-driven efficiency tools are making it possible for even the smallest enterprise to go green. But innovation must be matched with action. That's why we propose launching a national green finance movement where the public become the investor through micro-funding, crowdsourced bonds and climate-focused lending. We can empower Turkey's MSME to land the renewable revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Turkey. We'll move on to the next, PYS Delegate of Turkey. Pakistan, have you asked one question? You have asked one question, right, Pakistan? Huh? You don't have a question? You don't have a question. Okay. Besides seeing only, do you have a question, Qatar? Qatar and Ukraine. Ukraine, you have asked 2 questions as of now. Qatar, you have asked how many questions as of now? How many questions have you asked as of now? And France? Please go ahead, France.
What policies has Turkey enacted to encourage private banks and investors to prioritize green financing for MSMEs?
The Green Credit Guarantee scheme which makes private banks to invest in eco-conscious MSME by reducing lending risk for banks by providing guarantee on loans.
Delegate of Turkey and France. Next year is Delegate of Germany.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, Germany supports the G21 goal of net zero emission by 2070. To reach this, we must help MSMEs use low-cost green technologies. Many MSMEs cannot afford big machines or systems. Germany offers mini solar units, energy-saving tools, and digital apps that reduce cost. We also propose a green public fund where citizens can donate to support MSMEs going green. Germany has seen that even small public support lead to big green action. Let us give power to the smallest sphere for a cleaner future. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 20 seconds left. Do you wish to add anything? No? Thank you. POIs to Delegate of Germany. Ukraine down.
How does your country ensure that sustainable technology reaches rural areas?
The delegate of Germany would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate that Germany has many policies to ensure that green funds reaches to the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you both the delegates. Next we have is the delegate of African Union. Also delegates, there is a one, am I audible clearly till the back? Not clear. Can I have the cordless mic, the other mic? There is one simple suggestion. See, when you ask questions, okay, so you are here for discussion about something that relates to the global fraternity, that relates to the issues pertaining to globally, right? Not, you do not have to deal with the problems that are internal or domestic to a particular country. What will you do to know if a particular nation has what policies are they implementing in their own nation? Any democratic country, even for a matter of fact, any non-democratic country also is sovereign. You know the meaning of sovereign? A country is sovereign, that is, they are independent to take their own decisions on their own without any external influence or affluence. Right? So, in case any country states, though I have no policies for this, or I have very little policies for this because of this or this reason, that makes no difference, makes a little difference, but not any major difference at the global platform. How is other countries benefiting from it? How is the southern world at loss for it? How is the exploitation by the first world countries coming onto this table? It proves nothing. So please try to ask questions with the approach that things should be mattered globally except for the domestic policies that particular countries are making. Few questions are getting repeated again and again. What is your country doing on this in your own country? What is the problem? I'll do whatever I wish. I am sovereign country. Please, the approach of research and the questions should be that. Similarly, in the speeches, so you can bend it down like that. You have done certain things in your country, so and you have got good results. So now this could be implemented as a solution at the global level, because if it worked for my country, so it might work for countries which have similar situations that are in my country. This could be one of your solution, right? For example. So you could keep that approach in mind, and yeah, happy debating. Delegate of African Union, yes.
In Africa, MSMEs are everything. They power jobs, food, and daily life. Yet, many still lack clean, reliable energy and access to finance. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the African Union supports the African Renewable Energy Initiatives and PIDA, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which focus on improving regional energy and transport networks, especially in low-access areas. To ensure real progress, green finance must become more accessible. Microloans, public funding, and affordable renewable technologies are key to helping MSMEs grow and supporting the AU's 2017 net zero vision. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, African Union. Point of information for African Union. Those who have asked one POI, lower your placards. Alternatively, I have not asked it. Please go ahead.
What specific challenges do your country MSMEs face in accessing private green finance, and how does the government plan to address them?
The delegate appreciates the question. High upfront costs, limited access to finance, and lack of technical expertise are some of the challenges. What the government do is create clear policy and incentive that offers tax credits, subsidies, approval process for MMEs and investing in renewable energy.
Thank you so much, Delegate of African Union. Next we have is Delegate of India. Also, there's one more suggestion. While you're giving your speeches, please make sure of one thing. That, see, you have a very limited time over here. That is 60 seconds, right? So please do not waste your time in thanking the chair and the other delegates or repeating the sub-agenda again and again. Everyone knows that you are very thankful that you are seated here. So you need not repeat again and again, because it is, cutting short on your content. Because what can I mark you on when you say thank you? I can't give you even point one, right? So use the maximum amount of time that you are allotted for the content delivery of your speeches every time. Well and fine. Also, when you are asking questions, so again I'm saying you need not say that the delegate of this would like to raise a POI to delegate of this. And while replying as well, you need not mention specifically that, thank you for your question. It is a very good question. the delegate of Ukraine would like to answer the delegate of Russia. Not needed. Just answer the question. Just ask the question. Simple, right? Everyone knows it is a POI. Everyone knows you're replying. So do not mention again and again, right? So, delegate of India.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the delegate of India would like to highlight the need for affordable technological advancement to help MSMEs adopt renewable energy in the line with our net zero 2070 goal. MSMEs form up over 90% of India's business, but most lack the capital and access to advanced technology needed for green transition, despite failing renewable costs, outdated machinery, and limited support. To address this, India is investing in low-cost green technologies such as decentralized solar units, energy-efficient motors, and modular biogas plants. These innovations are more accessible to rural and small-scale industries.
The delegate of Greece would like to raise a point of personal privilege. The delegate of India is not clearly audible.
When I say you can interrupt a speaker, it doesn't mean you stand up and you start speaking when they are speaking. Okay. What was the problem? Weren't you able to understand?
It's not clear.
Can you please start repeating from 20 seconds after first point? After the first point that you made. Okay? Well and fine. Were everyone else able to comprehend?
Like till here he is not clearly audible.
The speaker is right there in front of you. Well and fine, no issues. We acknowledge that. Can you start? Okay, we are giving you the privilege. Please sit down now. You can restart your speech for her.
To address this, India is investing in low-cost green technologies such as decentralized solar units, energy-efficient motors, and modular biogas plants. These innovations are more accessible to rural and small-scale industries. India is also promoting general public funding platforms, including green bonds and crowdfunding models, to mobilize finance from citizens and local investors. We urge global cooperation sharing affordable, scalable technologies and call for including green finance to ensure MSMEs are not left behind in climate efforts.
POIs to the delegate of India. Those who have asked one question, lower your placards. We'll give it to Thailand.
Okay. Are there any recent government initiatives in India supporting MSMEs with private finance?
Net Zero 2000 World initiatives are all about sustainable businesses. Initiatives such as SIDBIS, Small Industries Development Bank of India, Green Finance Scheme have demonstrated that money can be channeled into energy efficient small and medium businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, both the delegates. Please sit down. Next we have is the delegate of Zimbabwe.
Honorable Chair, as distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe is not waiting for miracles. We are engineering them. With a bold commitment to net zero emissions by 2070, our national renewable energy policy prioritizes low budget off-grid solar and biogas technologies, especially for MSMEs. Over 60% of our population lacked access to clean energy. Yet, we are scaling solutions. The Renewable Energy Fund REF, launched with only $10 million, is now expanded to $45 million. We're blending public and private capital to support MSMEs in deploying affordable renewables. Our goal, 26.5% renewable energy in the national mix by 2030, with local manufacturing, reduced licensing fees, and community-driven crowdfunding platforms leading the way. Zimbabwe proves that innovation doesn't need access, it needs intent. Let us fund our future, empower our entrepreneurs, and light up every village with clean, inclusive energy. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Zimbabwe. POIs to Zimbabwe. Questions to Zimbabwe? Turkey, you haven't asked even one question, right? Please go ahead.
How does Zimbabwe plan to ensure accountability and transparency in private green finance disbursement to MSME?
Zimbabwe is currently enhancing its regulatory frameworks to ensure full transparency in financial flows, including green finance as well. We are working with institutions like the African Development Bank to implement third-party auditing and impact measurement, and digital traceability for all climate finance accessed by MSMEs.
On making low-cost renewable energy accessible for our MSMEs. Technology is key. Solar innovation like advanced panels are slashing costs and boosting efficiency. These solutions are becoming a real possibility for businesses across Australia, not just a dream. To scale this, Australia advocates for combined public funding and green finance for MSME. This provides vital capital letting businesses adopt these cutting-edge, low-budget renewable solutions. This is more than targets. It's about empowering every small enterprises to drive our climate solution. It's making sustainability standard through innovation and collectively investment for a greener future. Thank you.
You have 15 seconds. You can continue. The first half.
There's nothing to add.
Do you want to add anything? You have 15 seconds left. No? We'll take POIs to Delegate of Australia. Those who have asked one question, please lower your placards. We will give it to South Africa. You have given your GSL, right? We'll give it to Canada.
What all action did Australia do to help improve in 2070 net zero carbon emission?
So, Australia actually targets 2050 emission carbon, greenhouse gas. It has to remove all the carbon footprints. To support to 2070, Australia has a bigger focus on SDG 17, which is partnership and goal. And Australia provides like energy update affordable to every nations, promoting no upfront cost model, helps MSME prioritize lower cost efficiency and shared solution. CFC supports these financially to MSMEs too.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Australia. Next we have is Delegate of Indonesia.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Indonesia has committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2070 or sooner. But to reach this, our MSMEs, which contribute nearly 60% of Indonesia's GDP, must be at the heart of green innovation. Yet advanced technology often remains out of their budget. Indonesia proposes establishment of a G21 Green Innovation Fund open to public contributions and private match funding to support low-cost renewable technologies for MSMEs. We must also promote knowledge-sharing platforms, such as small food vendors in Jakarta can access solar tech just as easily as a firm in Berlin or Tokyo. Green transformation cannot happen in silos. It must begin at the street level with accessible tech, simple tools, and the public behind it. Let's turn ambition to action, one MSME at a time. The delegate thanks the chair.
Do you want to add anything? You have 13 seconds left.
No.
Thank you. POIs to Delegate of Indonesia. European Union asked one, right? Please lower your placard. Mexico, you have also asked one question. Okay. African Union, you have not asked the question, right? Please go ahead.
Why is this a critical issue for G21 economies?
Ma'am, can you repeat? Did you ask why is it a critical issue for G21 economies? Okay.
The high upfront costs, lack of technical expertise, limited distribution networks, and insufficient public funding data adoption, MSMEs often struggle to identify affordable and appropriate green technologies. Delegate, thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next here is Delegate of China. Ma'am, a little slow, please. Okay. Yeah.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, as we advance towards carbon emission 2070 net zero project, we must ensure that renewable energy is not a luxury for large industries but a lifeline for small enterprises. In many G21 nations, despite abundant solar potential, fragmented infrastructure has slowed decentralized transition. This underscores the need for targeted finance and adapted technology. China addresses this through the Green Technology Bank, enabling MSMEs to access scalable solar, wind, and biomass systems financed through IP-based instruments tailored for affordability. Today, China proposes the G21 People's Climate Investment Platform, a collaboratory model allowing public contribution and multilateral funding to support MSMEs-led green innovation inspired by Germany's Energiewende. This initiative will be adapted to local contexts across the G21. Let us not merely plan for net zero, let us equip the very hands that will deliver it.
Thank you, Delegate of China. POIs to China. African Union, please lower your placard. Those who have asked one question, lower your placard. Those who have asked even one question. Italy haven't asked a question. Okay, Italy, go ahead.
So China has made a lot of foreign investments in fossil fuels to other nations, which to fuel its own economy, which has resulted in a lot of CO2 emissions from China, and also it hasn't enabled other countries to also empower their MSMEs for green finance. So what is the delegate of China's view on this opinion?
China's view is that China has taken many initiatives since the past few years, and China has a target of dual carbon target, and China has pledged to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, and carbon emission reduction facility is one of the most initiative taken by China, and China's viewpoint is that global cooperation is essential for reducing carbon emission, not nationwide in China, but also in many other countries.
Delegate of Canada, the request I received from your end, you may proceed with that. No.
Point of
You want to
personal
put in the
privilege.
battery, right? You can do that.
Greece is committed to a sustainable future, targeting a 55% reduction in emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2070. We innovate on a budget, deploying modular solar and wind systems, floating solar and offshore wind, with 17.3 gigawatt capacity planned by 2050. In 2023, Greece Energy covered 57% of Greece's electricity mix, with 1 billion euro in green finance mobilized for over 350 plus MSMEs. We invest in smart grids, bioenergy, and community energy schemes. Public-private partnerships and EU-backed subsidies support MSMEs, while voluntary carbon markets and green education foster inclusive growth. Let us empower MSMEs, engage citizens, and prove that clean energy is not a privilege, but a promise.
And how can low-cost renewable technologies be made available to small enterprises? How can low-cost renewable technologies?
Like according to Greece 2.0 recovery plan, we are enabling every budget and every technology to the smallest town or the smallest state of our country to ensure that any of the areas could not remain backwards in terms of MSMEs and green finance, and they can sustainably grow in terms of green finance. That's our future motto.
Motion that the delegate of Dash would like to raise a motion to extend the ongoing moderated caucus session by Dash minutes. That will be by 15 minutes. Well and fine? Right? So any motions on the floor? You didn't get what I say now? You didn't get. What? Wait, no.
The delegate of Pakistan would like to raise a motion to extend the current moderated caucus for 16 minutes.
By 15 minutes. Simple. This was the thing that has to be done. So now that the ongoing moderated caucus session was going on, which was initially for how many minutes? 16 minutes. We had the motion now by China, I guess, followed by Greece and back there, US. Right? So that was 16 minutes, 16 speakers we took, which means 16 minutes have elapsed. Right? So now the session should be over ideally, but we have to take more speakers, so we'll have to extend this session. So we have extended this session by Pakistan. So there's a motion by Pakistan that this particular session should be extended by how many more minutes? 15 more minutes, because we have 15 more speakers. So delegates in favor of the motion raised by Pakistan to increase this particular moderated caucus session by 15 minutes may say aye. We'll do it again. May say aye. Delegates against this particular motion may say nay. Okay, the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion clearly passes. And why did you say nay? Caucus session, and they wish to give their speeches may raise your placards. Those who have not given speeches in this moderated caucus session and you want to give your speeches, please raise your placards. Right? Followed by Italy, followed by South Korea, followed by European Union, followed by Saudi Arabia, followed by Thailand, followed by South Africa, followed by USA, followed by UK, followed by Argentina, it's just 11. 4 more speakers. 4 of you have not been recognized yet. Bangladesh, you don't want to give your speech? Why?
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Republic of Albania strongly supports the global mission of achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2070. We believe that reaching this goal requires urgent improvement in renewable energy techniques and technologies, especially affordable solutions that can be adopted by micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. To drive this shift, Albania advocates for low-budget innovation in solar, wind and bioenergy, suited for local needs. Albania also supports the launch of general public funding mechanisms, enabling citizens to contribute directly to green finance for micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. This not only democratizes investment, but also strengthens community participation in the green transition. Albania stands ready to collaborate on sharing technology, building capacity and creating inclusive financing models so that even the smallest enterprises can power a sustainable future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Albania. POIs to Albania. You have asked one, right? You have asked one. You lower your placard. You also lower.
Albania's strategy heavily relies on external institutions like World Bank, European Investment Bank and OPEC Fund. So how does Albania plan to ensure long-term financial independence in the term of green finance without over-reliance on these foreign aids?
So, the Republic of Albania acknowledges the critical support of international partners in the initial phase of green finance mobilization. However, our long-term vision is to develop a self-sustaining green finance ecosystem through strengthening domestic capital markets, building local financial institutions' capacity to assess and invest in green projects, also encouraging public-private partnerships and blended finance models that reduce reliance on donor grants, creating regulatory incentives for Albanian investors to fund sustainable MSME projects.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Japan believes that improving financial instruments and scaling up investments, both public and retail, is vital to meet climate goals for 2030, 2050 and the long-term vision of 2070. Japan urged the G21 to support innovation in finance such as ECG-linked loans, green venture, capital for startups and local climate investment funds. This tool will mobilize private capitals while guiding it towards the verified green goals. Additionally, Japan proposes retail green bond campaigns to involve citizens directly, building public trust and participation in climate finance. Japan has successfully trialed this through government-supported green bonds and aim to expand these initiatives. Japan evolve our techniques. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Japan. POIs to Japan. POIs to Japan. Have you asked a question as of now? Australia, go ahead.
Japan taken to ensure that private green finance supports MSMEs and not just large industrial conglomerates?
Could you repeat?
What measures has Japan taken to ensure that private green finance supports MSME and not just large industrial conglomerates?
They've supported innovation in finance such as ECG-linked loans, green venture capitals for startups, local climate investment funds to mobilize the private capital while guiding it towards the verified green goals.
The delegate is satisfied.
Next we have as Delegate of Italy.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, carbon emissions remain a pressing global concern, especially with the alarming rise in global temperatures in 2023 and 2024. Industrial activity is a major contributor and the time to act is now. Human actions have released approximately 2,650 gigatons of CO2 into the atmosphere, with 1,050 gigatons still lingering. It is the responsibility of all nations to reduce this burden and strive toward net zero carbon emissions as prescribed by the UNFCCC by 2070. The Republic of Italy is proud to report consistent efforts towards this goal, aiming to reach net zero by 2050. Emissions per capita have dropped from 8 tons in the 2000s to 5.5 in 2022, a 29% decrease, and Italy aims for 55% drop by 2035. The delegate of Italy urges the Council to accelerate the transition to renewable energy, especially in industry, and unite in achieving the 2070 target. Let us stand with our planet.
Thank you, Delegate of Italy. All points duly noted. POIs. How many questions have you asked? Russia? Only, okay. Indonesia, have you asked the question as of now? One. When I asked one? No, none questions? No questions? China.
Italy has taken many initiatives regarding the carbon emission problem and has taken to reduce the carbon emission. So how would Italy suggest on the global cooperation is still less or high today?
The delegate of Italy does acknowledge that the global cooperation for reduction in CO2 emissions is pretty low, but Italy does stand with all the nations that we have to address this issue, and Italy has also partnered with the UN to do the fund for climate activity to reduce CO2 euros 100 billion, which was already mentioned in my GSL.
The Republic of Korea sees a vision of carbon neutrality by 2050. This is not a mere vision, but a strategic action by bringing the Korean New Deal, which will harness green innovations and advanced digital technologies to create partnership between the Green New Deal and the Digital New Deal, investing about 54.3 billion, mostly for enabling a shift to green infrastructure, low carbon and decentralized energy, also creating 659,000 jobs. We have also collaborated with the European Union Business Hub's plans to carry out 10 business missions to Korea focusing on three sectors: digital solution, healthcare, and green and low carbon technologies, and also proposed the carbon free energy initiative to promote decarbonization in the energy sector and facilitate international discussions. Republic of Korea believes that true growth lies in uplifting one another. Hence, we would propose to build a council that welcomes funding for MSME to bring carbon neutrality.
As South Korea is known as that it has developed a lot in AI technology. Is there any AI technology which has been developed for the support of green finance in the country?
So as I mentioned, we have invested in digital technology because we see that in this era of technology, AI would help more in reducing carbon neutralities because we have a department, we have invested a lot in research and development, and we feel that informations from these would benefit in carbon neutrality. And Republic of Korea also believes if there is any less collaboration, we would also readily to collaborate with more countries in investing in AI. Thank you.
So in a nutshell, there is no AI technology right now for this green emission. Right? Okay, thank you. Satisfied, sir? Okay. Rare to find delegates getting satisfied in an MUN with answers. Great. Yeah, we'll be moving for a small tea break, right? Post that, we'll be continuing. The first speaker would be European Union after that. You can help yourself with tea and snacks. Thank you. In 20 minutes. All chits, POI chits, reply chits. So you're advised, if you have not sent as of now 4 POI chits, so please send 4 POI chits, meet the cap because it is absolute marking over there. You know what is absolute marking I told earlier? That the more number of chits you send, the more marks you get. Right? But in case you have not sent a reply or you have sent already reply, don't send more replies. Replies have average marking, which means they are qualitative in nature. Send one reply chit, but a good reply chit. You will fetch more marks. You need not send, suppose you receive 10 questions. So you did not reply to all 10 questions. Reply just one question, or in case you have already replied to one question, do not write more replies. It will not fetch you good marks. It might lead to reducing the average marks overall. So you can write maximum POI chits up to 4 today. We'll take 4 POI chits tomorrow as well. Well and fine. The floor for the chits will close in 20 minutes as mentioned. So it is 3:36. I said that at 3:35. So the floor for the chits will close at 3:55 sharp. Well and fine. And organizing committee members, please take due note. Organizing committee members, please take due note that do not collect chits after 3:55 p.m. Right?
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the European Union recognizes that affordable access to renewable energy is essential for sustainable development and net zero commission. To address the challenge of high initial costs and limited technology capacity, the EU is actively collaborating with countries such as Pakistan, Armenia, and regional bodies like African Union to promote low-cost renewable solutions. We also promote public participation, crowdfunding for MSMEs. We encourage EU nations to offer tax benefits for individuals donating to public green funds through initiatives that combine technical assistance with local innovation. The EU is working to ensure that clean energy becomes accessible even in low resource settings.
Thank you, Delegate of European Union. POIs to EU. Those who have asked one question, lower your placards. Someone who has not even asked one question, raise your placards. Like everyone, those who have not asked even a single question, either in GSL or in Modcock, raise your placards. Have you asked the question? No? If you have not asked, raise your
And we also we raise funds for the MSMEs. We promote public participation crowdfunding for verified green MSMEs. We organize annual green innovation labs to identify scalable low-cost solutions. We encourage G21 nations to offer tax benefits for individuals for donating public green funds.
Thank you so much, Delegate. See, I know that you have questions, but you're not asking questions. Ask anything, but please ask questions, okay? Do not, at least if you're not, you don't believe that you'll get the lead, do not let others win very freely. If you think that you cannot win, there's a problem in that thinking, because at any point of time you can turn the debate. The debate can be completely turned even tomorrow itself. But in case you're not speaking up, do not let the other delegate win at your cost. Don't let them go away with it very freely. Right? Don't let them go away freely. Saudi Arabia.
Esteemed delegates, the importance of improving techniques and technology to launch renewable energy projects within a low-budget framework is critical, particularly in alignment with the global goal of achieving net zero carbon emission by 2070. In Saudi Arabia, the significant role of MSME in driving innovation and economic growth is recognized. These enterprises are also essential in the transition to a greener future. However, many MSMEs face financial constraints when adopting renewable technologies. To address this, Saudi Arabia is committed to fostering green finance solutions that will provide affordable access to sustainable energy. By advancing renewable technologies, costs can be reduced, enabling MSME to integrate clean energy solutions without compromising their financial viability. Through strategic investment, innovation, capacity building, and public-private partnerships, MSME in Saudi Arabia can play a pivotal role in achieving net zero emissions by 2070. In this context, Saudi Arabia proposes the establishment of public funding mechanisms. MSME in Saudi Arabia can play a pivotal role in achieving net zero emission by 2070, contributing to a greener, more sustainable future. Thanks.
Thank you. You mentioned will you entertain a question from my end? You mentioned that you will aim to enhance public funding in Saudi Arabia to ensure green emissions, right? So how will you do that? How will you how will you increase public fundings? You mentioned about public fundings that you will try to enhance public funding measures in your own country to just meet the net carbon zero emission criteria. How will you exactly do that? Public funding. Because mostly what Saudi Arabia exists is largely private enterprises. A lot of, because it is a good energy resource, rich mineral resource area. So how will you ensure public funding at such a place where it is a great economic zone to make profits?
Saudi government has created programs to provide MSMEs with financial incentives to transition to more sustainable practices. Low interest loans or subsidies to MSMEs that adopt green technologies, grants and funding from organizations like Saudi Industrial Development Fund or the Saudi Green Initiatives to help MSMEs shift to a clean production method. Saudi Arabia acknowledges its role as one of the largest oil producers, but we also recognize the need for sustainable development. The Saudi Green Initiatives aims to reduce the kingdom's carbon footprint by planting 10 billion trees. Is that what are you asking?
Thank you. Qatar.
With Vision 2013 motion, how is Saudi Arabia enabling green finance accessibility for MSME in the non-oil sectors?
Saudi Vision 2030 is a comprehensive plan to reduce the kingdom's dependence on oil by developing other sectors like tourism, entertainment, technology and manufacturing.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, to reach Thailand's Net Zero 2070 goal, we must think big but act smart, especially for our MSMEs. These small enterprises power the economy, yet most cannot afford large-scale green solutions. The answer lies in import technique and affordable technology, modular solar panels, low-cost bioenergy system, and AI-driven efficiently tools that reduce carbon without inflating costs. But innovation alone is not enough. We must unlock general public funding, crowdfunding platforms, green bonds, and climate-friendly community investment schemes to democratize access to green finance. When every day people fund everyday business to go green, we create a cycle of shared responsibility and impact. Let Thailand lead by example, proving that low-budget innovation fueled by public support can light the path to net zero. not just by 270, but starting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Thailand. POIs to Thailand. Those who have, okay. Belarus.
We don't need to wait. The will is there. The ambition is alive. What's missing is access. That is, access to innovation, access to finance, and access to opportunity. The Thai government has built this foundation through its biocircular green economy model. But now we need private sector match the ambitions with investment. It's time to stop treating MSMEs as bystanders and start empowering them as climate leaders. Let them show the G21 what inclusive, ground-up green leadership truly looks like.
Thank you, Delegate of Thailand. Next is the Delegate of South Africa.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, South Africa stands committed to inclusive climate action. To meet the 2017 net zero target, we are advancing the private green finance through a uniquely South African lens. We have launched Green Hustle Hubs innovation cluster that provide MSMEs access to low-cost renewable tech like mini-grid solar kit, waste-to-energy units, and water harvesting system. These technologies are designed locally, built affordably, and scaled sustainably. To support this, South Africa is piloting a people's-powered green fund, blending citizens' micro-investment with private and institutional capacity to unlock funding for MSMEs' lead green project. We urge the G21 to support similar innovation, work, finance meet technology, and community cope on their path to net zero. Let MSMEs be beneficiaries, not leaders of green economy. Thanks to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. POIs to South Africa.
What if private finance wasn't just a support system, but the spark that ignites a clean, resilient MSME revolution across What if private finance wasn't just a support system, but the spark that ignites a clean, resilient MSME revolution across South Africa?
If the private MSMEs is not just a support system, South Africa would be a country which is more developed than now how South Africa is.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the United States remains committed to achieving net zero emissions and supports G21 efforts toward that target by 2070. MSMEs are essential partners in this journey but face technical and financial barriers in adopting clean energy solutions. To overcome this, the US proposes enhanced technology transfer, green innovation hubs, and community-based crowdfunding to scale affordable renewable technologies. Through initiatives like the Clean Technology Fund and Energy Transition Accelerator, we aim to make green tech both scalable and affordable. Together, we can equip every small business with the tools to be climate leaders. The delegate thanks, Chair.
POIs to USA. Indonesia, you have asked how many questions as of now? 2 questions, down. China, 2 questions. 1. Bangladesh, how many questions? None? Go ahead.
In your opinion, what is more effective for MSMEs in USA? Government funding or private finance?
I'd like to answer the question raised by the delegate of Bangladesh.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the United Kingdom emphasized the urgent need to improve technology and techniques to make renewable energy accessible on a low budget, especially for micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs. In line with UK's Project 2070 and our commitment to net zero carbon emission, we must ensure that sustainable solutions are not limited to large corporations. Innovation must be affordable by investing in decentralized renewable technologies such as microgrids, solar kits, and energy-efficient tools. We can empower MSMEs to adopt green practices without overwhelming costs. To support this, the UK proposes the launch of General Public Green Fund, encouraging citizens and communities to invest in sustainable MSME projects that is not foster ownership and awareness.
Thank you, Delegate of United Kingdom. PYs to UK. Watch one. You're not given one question as of now. Okay, go ahead, South Africa.
What international cooperation framework is the UK actively part of support MSMEs in other developing nations, or is it support strictly domestic?
Could the delegate repeat it?
What international cooperation framework is UK actively part of to support MSMEs in other developing nations, or is it support strictly domestic?
Well, internationally, the UK supports MSMEs through UK Pact, partnering for accelerated climate transition, and funding via the Green Climate Fund (GCF). These provide capacity building and green finance access in countries across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, helping MSMEs adapt and decarbonize.
Thank you so much. The little child is also cheering up for all of you. He's more energetic than all of you. He's sounding louder than all of you. You should be loud enough again. Right? Also, just a very small question. Have you heard of the phrase that the sun never sets in the British Empire? Have you heard of this? It is said that the sun never sets at the British Empire. Have you heard about this? No? Can you give a wild guess? Why is it said? The longitude is 0 degree longitude. That's not the reason. You see, Greenwich meridian passes through there, but that doesn't mean obviously sunset will take place. Right. Anyone who can tell why is this? Okay, one. Anyone two? Okay, you please tell me why is it said that the sun never sets at the British Empire?
Because they won't stop colonizing places and they will never set down from.
Because they will not stop colonizing places and they will never set down. Partially correct, partially little. You had an answer, right?
Like in the history, it is been repeated that the Britishers tried to snatch freedom from most of the colonies, and when they set their rule on some other country or colonies, the people were there are not able to sleep at night. I think that's why it's said that sun never sets in British Empire.
No, that's not the reason that they're not able to sleep. But yeah, because the Britishers were the largest colonizers. They had the colony almost in entire part of the world. Right, they had their colonies in India. Even today they have a large number of colonies in the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. Right, a lot of parts. Even French were one of the largest colonizers. The Denmark area is also, a lot of islands in Denmark are owned by French. So it is still said that, see, at any point of time in 24 hours, the sun is at its peak somewhere in the world. Right, the sun is rising somewhere and sun sets up. So wherever the sun is at its rise, the Britishers must be having a colony over there. That is why it is said the sun never sets at the British Empire. To which Mr. Shashi Tharoor, when he went to the Oxford University for a debate, he mentioned in his speech, I believe he was an MP from Trivandrum, Thiruvananthapuram now, right, in Kerala itself. So any one of you has heard his very famous speech at the Oxford University debates? Have you heard? What did he say about this?
He said that after he mentioned the quote that the sun never sets on the British Empire, he said that because not even God could trust him, because the God could not trust the British in the dark.
He mentioned even the God couldn't trust the English in the dark. This is what Mr. Tharoor said. See, well and fine, it was just an engaging talk. The committee was getting a little monotonous. We have to do this, right? Is it getting a little boring? Be very candid. Is it getting a little boring? Be very honest, okay? That guy is saying yes. See.
Technique and technological to start renewable resources in low budget by the 270 net zero target can be critical. It can cause financial issues. In Argentina, the private green finance is important as it makes it possible for MSMEs to invest in energy saving technologies that save money long term and reduce emissions. Argentina has pledged carbon reduction goals and is supporting renewable energy products. We still have a long way to go, especially in MSMEs, but green financing can speed up process. With the advanced renewable tech, the cost also gets reduced. Thank you.
China has a limited access to finance and a lack of skilled workforce, and also is facing difficulties in accessing domestic and international finances. So how is Argentina addressing economic instability while still incentivizing private green investment in MSMEs, particularly in renewable energy and agriculture?
Argentina can create incentives like tax breaks or risking sharing programs to encourage private investors. We also need transparent regulations and partnerships with international financial institutions.
Name any two international finance institutions. Three actually. You mentioned you will take help from them, right? Any three? Any two? While yes, we'll take cooperation from international finance institutions. Any two finance institutions for international cooperation? Cricketing team of New Zealand.
I don't get you, please.
What is the nickname of the cricket team of New Zealand? Do you watch cricket? Cricket, nickname, yeah. Do you watch cricket? Which sport do you like? Football. Does New Zealand have a football team? Not passionate. Do you watch cricket? Do you watch World Cup? No. Which fruit do you like? Which fruit? Do you like kiwi? Kiwi, K-I, not TV, kiwi. Do you like that? New Zealand's team is called Kiwi.
Kiwi, indigenous peoples and inhabitants of New Zealand.
You know that. It didn't click back then. Now it will click. Okay? In North India, I chair a lot of Indian committees as well. So when students do like this, we say chamka ki nahi chamka. Say chamka. Chamka means did it shine? So from now onwards, I'm teaching you one thing. I won't say click, I'll say chamka. I mean, did you get it? Did it click? Did it shine? Right? Chamka? Chamka? You say yes. Yes, okay. Now we can proceed with your speech, please. We are New Zealand.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. As New Zealand works towards its commitment to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070, we must ensure that renewable energy is not just a large-scale solution, but an accessible one, especially for our MSMEs. Thanks to advances in technology and techniques, small business can now adopt low-cost renewable sources like solar, wind, and bioenergy. But technology alone won't drive change. Financing is key. That's where green finance and public funding initiatives come in. By creating platforms where everyday New Zealanders can invest in sustainability, we can provide MSMEs with the support they need to make this transition. This isn't just about reducing emissions. It's about building a resilient, locally powered economy where clean energy within everyone's reach. Together, through innovation, funding, and community support, we can lead a sustainable future in our time.
Thank you so much, Delegate of New Zealand. Point of information for the Delegate of New Zealand. Someone of you who has not even asked one question. Someone who has not even asked one question. Don't make that face, it makes me a little embarrassing because I have to ask, right? So yeah, you've not even asked one question, you've asked one. So Baba, you've not asked one question, you want to ask the question? Please go ahead and shoot.
How is New Zealand dealing with the concept of greenwashing? Greenwashing. It's regarding the
Wiping
green
off
bonds.
the green cover, right?
No, sir. Greenwashing is corruption happening in the green bonds.
In geography,
In greenwashing, that is not in geography, but in finance it is.
in green finance, the corruption that is involved, how is New Zealand dealing with it?
Because most climate finance frameworks are designed with large-scale projects or corporates its mind. MSMEs often lack the collateral, scale, or technical know-how to meet complex green finance requirements. As a result, they are overlooked despite their massive potential to drive local innovations and decarbonization. This system needs to evolve to meet them where they are, not the other way around.
See, I've noticed one thing over the last round of GSL and this particular session, that irrespective of the question that is asked, you will answer what you have prepared from home. Is it so? Did you notice as well? Irrespective of the question that is asked, you will answer whatever is printed at your printed material. Please try. See, I understand that you have limited research. You cannot use phone, you cannot use your access PDFs, you cannot access the internet. Don't get embarrassed, don't worry. Right? But at least if you're getting the question, link your data and fact to the question and then answer the same thing. But at least link it to the question. Okay, so you're asking about this. Okay, so this is happening according to this, and for this we are doing this, and answer like that.
But the cost of solar panels, bioenergy systems, or even basic energy efficient tech is often out of reach. We don't need just funding. We need affordable technology, simple tools, and creative financing models that empower the small business to take part in the climate solution. Bellaire proposed two solutions. First, we need open access green tech platforms where engineers, developers, and MSMEs can share the blueprints for low-cost renewable solutions tailored for small-scale use. Think DIYs, solar kits, modular biodigesters, or low-cost wind turbines. Second, the Belarus support launching a people-powered green fund, a public crowdfunding model within the G21, allowing the citizen, youth, and even to invest directly in the community level. Let's build a net zero future, not just from the bottom top, but from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belarus. POIs to Belarus. Thailand, have you asked as of now? No? One question. Someone who has not asked even one question? Anyone? Okay, New Zealand has asked one. Thailand has asked one. You've asked one? Right? India, Japan has asked one. Because all of you have asked one question. Someone who has not at all asked question as of now. Indonesia, you have asked one question. Anyone who has not asked one question as of now? Anyone? I believe every one of you have asked one question as of now, right? Zimbabwe has also asked. So we'll just go with the order. Whosoever has asked earlier, I believe. Pakistan, you asked a question at the GSL, right? Not in this session. You want to ask a question? Right? Go ahead.
So, what specific incentives has your country taken? What specific incentives has the country taken in order to reduce carbon emissions?
For reducing the carbon emission, as a part of reducing the carbon emission, our country takes to promote at the MSMEs especially for, and they were promoting the private economies for MSMEs. And when we back to our country, we are mainly focusing on the social justice principles. So this is one of the problem faced by MSMEs in our country. So for the sustainable development and reducing, as a part of reducing the carbon emission, we are promoting for liberal principles for our economy.
Thank you. Bangladesh. This is the second last speaker for this, and the last would be, ma'am, Canada. 60 seconds, ma'am, please.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegate of Bangladesh would like to draw urgent attention to the future we are shaping a future where by 2070 the climate crisis may no longer be reversible if we continue along this path of inaction. Despite contributing less than 0.5% to the global carbon emission, Bangladesh is among the most climate vulnerable nation in the world. But we hope by 2070, the solutions are being scaled up to promote the reduction of carbon emission and encourage sustainable development. The time for promises has passed. The time for bold and united action is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. POIs to the Delegate of Bangladesh.
Are there any recent initiatives in Bangladesh supporting MSMEs with private finance?
Yes, the Bangladesh Bank has partnered with private banks and fintech firms to promote credit access for small businesses. Also, the Startup Bangladesh initiative supports tech-based MSMEs.
Thank you, Delegate of Bangladesh. Thank you, Thailand. You sit down. The last speaker for this moderated caucus is Delegate of
Honorable Chair and distinguished Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate, clean technology remains expensive, particularly for small enterprises. Many green solutions are designed for large industries and not for small businesses. Canada supports the development of affordable small-scale technology. Canada promotes the distribution of low-cost tech tools like solar kits and biogas units. Canada also supports community-based crowdfunding for green MSMEs, which promotes public platform where citizens can fund small green projects. Canada encourages international research partnership, the growth of climate tech hub, and global cooperation to help MSMEs meet net zero goals by 2070. The gap between creating technology and making it usable for small businesses have been solved by where MSMEs can test green ideas with support. Canada believes that empowering small enterprises through fair and private green finance is essential to achieving a just energy transition.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Canada. POIs to Delegate of Canada. We have our questions. Those of you who have asked 2 questions, raise your down, lower your placards. If you have asked 2 questions, lower your placards. Please, haven't you asked 2 questions? Those of you who have asked a question in this moderated caucus session, lower your placards.
To ask a question to the delegate of Canada. How does Canada balance domestic resource extraction with supporting green MSMEs?
Could you repeat that?
How does Canada balance domestic resource extraction with supporting green MSMEs?
By providing affordable clean technology, providing affordable clean technology and clean.
Green is clean. Clean is clean. Thank you, Honorable delegates. With this, we come to an end of this moderated caucus session. We have 13 minutes before we wind up today's session. So ideally, we should be taking up GSLs for tomorrow, right? Continuing the GSL list, but we'll be taking them tomorrow. So I wish for at least 10 minutes, I should be telling you what you should be doing while you go home today and what should be your approach for tomorrow, right? Although I have told it a couple of times, but I would like to repeat so that you do not repeat the mistakes. So now you can just wind up all those things, whatever you have. And any one of you can raise a motion to suspend the committee proceedings until next meeting, right? So the motion could be like, the delegate of Dash would like to raise a motion to suspend the committee of G21 for today until further meeting, which will be tomorrow, right? Motions on the floor. Motions on the floor. South Africa. Anyone can. South Africa, you raise a motion.
South Africa would like to raise a motion to suspend the ongoing moderated caucus until next meeting.
Until next meeting. Well, fine. Delegates in favor of the motion raised by South Africa may say aye. Delegates against say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The committee for G21 stands suspended until next meeting, that is tomorrow. So, now coming to what could be done tomorrow. We will be taking GSLs, we will be completing GSLs. We will be taking mods, right? We will decide tomorrow whether we wish to keep mods with POIs or just speeches. Okay, well and fine. Because tomorrow we will have to draft a resolution as well. Okay, a DR document, we will be documenting it tomorrow, which has a specific format, which has a specific purpose, and that is a very significant purpose. How to do that, I'll explain with good 25 to 30 minutes tomorrow. Okay, because if I explain it today, you will forget it till tomorrow. I know all chamka will go. Right. So we'll start with GSLs. Again, remember, if your GSL speech is left, which only 8 of you have given as of now, rest, I guess 25 are left, or 20, maths is little weak, okay. How many are left? Whatsoever, 23, 24. So please ensure you bring up unique points to the floor tomorrow. You have enough time to research, okay? Enough time, go refine your speech a little. Lobby for the second sub-agenda and the third sub-agenda as well. We'll try to do 2 sub-agendas for tomorrow and GSL as well. We'll try to avoid a lot of POIs because in one we can take or we can take voluntary POIs. We will discuss tomorrow what to do. But please give unique points tomorrow. Please ask unique questions tomorrow. And I hope a lot of first-timers would have come to know that what actually happens in the committee. Because when you must have stepped into the committee, you must be completely blank that what is going to happen. Now you have sat here for almost 5 to 6 hours, and now you know what exactly happens. And now you know what will exactly happen tomorrow, and now you exactly know what I expect you to do, and you should be knowing that what you are expected to do. Well and fine? Good? Doubts? Any doubts? Shoot. Anything? Yes, China.
Or the GSL, can it be decided tomorrow by a motion?
You have got your WhatsApp group, right? You can lobby in that as well. I believe you must have lobbied for at least 2 to 3 mods I was seeing on the group that you had sub-agendas decided. So we will take a 5-minute lobbying session tomorrow, which will be marked again. You will have marks for lobbying as well because WhatsApp lobbying does not have marks. What you do here in the committee, every single thing you do in the committee has marks. The way you sit, the way you talk, the way you behave, the way you speak, the content you speak, your articulation, the way you speak, with the flow you speak has marks. The way you do in the lobbying session, the way you talk to other delegates, the way you behave decorum has marks. Take the mod cock tomorrow. Any other doubts? Anyone? Huh? No, I believe the committee should not be that boring tomorrow. Little fun. See, it is important on my end as well that it should be a little formal as well. We can have a lot of fun, but we are not here to have just fun. To learn as well, right? So I'll do my best to teach you whatever I have experienced in the course of past 6 years of my MUN journey. And I expect you to extract whatever you can extract from me. I'm here till tomorrow. You can, whatever you can take from me. Please do it. Even the lamest doubts are entertained. Even the lamest doubt, if you ask me, I'm that teacher, maybe you can call me teacher, that if you ask 100 times, I will explain 100 times. I won't throw a chalk on your face. Okay, I'll explain it. I'll try to explain at least 3-4 times, not 100 times. Right? So, go home with a fresh mood. Come tomorrow with a fresh mood, fresh research, refined research, filtered approach, good approach. Yes, all the very best for tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Favor of the motion may say aye. Aye. Delegates please say nay. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The committee will resume its first name.
Chair, esteemed delegates, Zimbabwe stands as a testament to the transformative power of private green finance in driving MSMEs, resilience and sustainable growth across emerging economies through the Infrastructure Development Bank's Climate Finance Facility, over US $35.4 million in Green Climate Fund-backed projects now empower climate-smart agriculture. The Green Investment Framework leverages both domestic and global capital, bolstered by fiscal incentives. Innovatively, Zimbabwe's collateral registry allows MSMEs to securitize movable assets, unlocking access to finance. The MSME Credit Guarantee Scheme has already supported 739 enterprises with US $145 million, a direct investment in inclusive development. Guided by the Climate Change Response Strategy, Low Emission Development Strategy, and Renewable Energy Policy 2017, Zimbabwe offers more than progress. It offers a blueprint that invites C21 economies to prioritize equity, climate justice, and economic empowerment for their smallest yet most dynamic contributors. Let us not only recognize Zimbabwe's path, but we must replicate it, amplify it, and finance a greener, fairer future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How would you like to yield your time? You have 9 seconds left. 9 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
2 POIs.
We'll take 2 POIs. Those who have asked 2 POIs, lower your placards. Greece and
raise a point of information against the delegate of Zimbabwe. According to the Zimbabwe's policies, what are the role of National Climate Fund, Climate Change Fund, IDBZ Climate Finance Facility, PPP financing strategy in terms of private green finance for MSMEs in G21 economics?
Can you please repeat the question, Delegate of Greece?
What are the role of National Climate Change Fund, IDBZ Climate Finance Facility, PPP financing strategy in private green finance for MSMEs in G21 economics?
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of Greece. That National Climate Policy 2070 actually describes legal framework for low carbon development, which will lead to low carbon emission in the long run. And IDBZ Climate Finance Facility and IDBZ Bond Framework are actually quite similar, which result in ring-fenced fund for green infrastructure and domestic currency bonds for renewables, which will have a global impact in the global run and the long run. Thank you so much.
Delegate, you mentioned about PPP strategy. What do you understand by PPP strategy?
PPP financing strategy, it supports public-private partnerships in which public coordinate with the private investment banks and they invest together. That's how PPC work for financing in any country.
Okay, thank you. Sit down. South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa would like to raise a point of information towards the delegate of Zimbabwe. With 40% of microfinance institution inactive, how will Zimbabwe ensure rural sustainable MSMEs access green funding? Is there any rescue plan in the place?
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to answer the point of information raised by the delegate of South Africa, that since Zimbabwe is still a developing country, we are actually working on the fact that we have a very low percentage, but our goal is to actually, sir, can I please take a minute for the answer? Take a second for the answer, or can I give it through chat? Okay. Okay, so our goal is 26.5% renewable energy in the national mix by 2030. So by this goal, we actually aim for a global impact in the field that you mentioned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate of Zimbabwe. Next is Delegate of Pakistan.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, if we are truly sincere in our pursuit of a sustainable future, we must recognize and empower those who silently fuel it, the micro, small and medium enterprises whose efforts are often gone unseen. This comes from the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, a country with over 5 million MSMEs, a country where almost 40% of GDP is being fueled by MSMEs. Pakistan has fostered and favored MSMEs for far too many years. The SME policy of 2021, SMEDA program and Prime Minister Green Stimulus Package all stand as a testimony of the glorious past of MSMEs in Pakistan. But Pakistan also sees the need for international cooperation. There are still some questions that need to be addressed regarding our common future. There is no globally accessible board certifying small-scale sustainable works, no organization specifically funding small-scale green initiative, and the truth is, most of these small-scale initiatives are troubled by limiting government policies and practices worldwide. That is exactly why Pakistan would like to use this opportunity to make sure that the voice of these small initiatives are heard and discussed upon in a prestigious council such as this, so proper solutions can be formulated and put to practice. Now, MSMEs have carried this burden on themselves for far too long. They have innovated, adapted and survived, often without the help that they truly deserve. Now the world must meet their courage with firm commitment. Let us not be another forum of empty words. Let these be the moments we use action or apathy and partnership or promises. Because the cost of inaction will not be measured in reports, but in lives, livelihoods and a planet lost. The delegate thanks the council for its time.
10 seconds. We'll take two POIs to delegate of Pakistan. Those who have asked two questions, lower your placards. We'll give to African Union. Okay, just a minute. New Zealand and Belarus, you just walked in, right? Thailand, New Zealand, Belarus and Bangladesh. You guys came a little late, right? Okay, so for your roll call, we'll be taking a roll call because the roll call was already done. After this POI, we'll take the roll calls. So we'll give this to African Union, followed by Thailand.
How Pakistan make sure that fundings are reached to the lower regions?
Can you repeat?
How Pakistan make sure that fundings are reached to the lower regions?
Pakistan understands that the logistic part of the country is not as developed as many developed countries like US and Russia that sit in this council. However, Pakistan has made many solutions to work towards this issue. Pakistan has brought out the SME policy, which is focused on rural areas and people who are in backwards in the Pakistan society, so that these opportunities reach everyone alike. Thank you for the question.
What steps in Pakistan taken to make private green finance more accessible to its small and micro enterprises?
Pakistan would like to answer that question. Pakistan has brought out many policies over the last years to make sure that that happens. The notable policies would be the SME policy of 2021, the SMEDA program and the Prime Minister Green Stimulus Package, which has overall helped the Pakistan's economy grow in the sustainable sector and make sure that a lot of MSMEs come up and hold on their own legs in Pakistan. Thank you.
Yes, for the roll call. Yesterday you said present and voting. So you have to be present and voting today. You cannot be just present, which means you have to mandatorily vote at the end when we will be discussing and voting upon the draft resolution. Okay, so it is present and voting. Okay, we are considering it as present and voting, right? New Zealand, Thailand. So we have the committee with each one of you with voting rights on draft resolution today at the end of the day. Next speaker is the delegate of Mexico.
Former US President Barack Obama once said, "We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it." Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegation of Mexico is proud to reform its inclusive and smart economic growth, where 4.1 million MSMEs make up 99.8% of all businesses and contribute to over 52% of our GDP, which drives 70% of our national workforce. And yet only 15% have access to formal credit and a far fewer can receive green finance. Mexico has partnered with the World Bank to secure 1 billion green development policy loan, and the Bank of Mexico aims to raise its MSMEs credit by 3.5% annually. Through the Inter-American Development Bank, we have launched sustainable bonds for MSMEs and introduced its climate-smart financing for energy-efficient projects. Our INAFIN survey shows that 65% of MSMEs lack finance as their top barriers. Mexico urges the G21 to adopt data-driven solutions, harmonize green taxonomies, and inclusive finance mechanisms that empower MSMEs at the heart of our green transition. Gracias.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 18 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield the rest of time to the point of information.
We'll take 3 POIs. If you have asked 2 POIs, lower your placards. If you have asked 2 questions, lower your placards. Thailand, lower your placards. You have asked 3 questions. We'll give it to Bangladesh.
What role does the private sector currently play in financing green MSMEs in Mexico?
Well, the country Mexico has introduced tons of new policies that implement green finance to every single civilians. They are like NAFIN. The National Development Bank offers the loan guarantees and credit lines to the MSMEs. FIRA supports the rural MSMEs in agriculture and credit and insurance. Digitalization support that supports the programs that promote MSMEs. I hope that clears the question.
Thank you. Next, Delegate of United Kingdom.
The main sectors where micro enterprises operate in Mexico.
Please repeat the question.
What are the main sectors where micro enterprises operate in Mexico?
In Mexico, over 95% of businesses are micro enterprises, mostly operating in retail trade services like food, transport, and personal manufacturing and agriculture constitution. The largest share in the informal retail with a limited access to formal credit. Only about 50% have access to bank financing. Does that clear the question?
Considering MSMEs represent over 95% of all business and significantly contribute to Mexico's GDP, how can the government, in line with its NDC commitments, address a fragmented regulatory environment and informations to unlock substantial private green finance for MSMEs, which currently face low productivity and high vulnerability to economic shocks?
Well, though Mexico is a country that has 99.8% of all businesses as MSMEs, we still face generational poverty. But the government of Mexico has launched tons of policies to substantiate these things, where Mexico has launched a sustainable taxonomy and financing mobilization strategy to channel the private funds into low carbon, socially inclusive MSME investment. Through the investments like Eco Credito Empresarial, we have facilitated clean tech adoption among the MSMEs, significantly lowering the energy use and carbon emissions. Partnership with the IFC and the Green Climate Fund are helping the Western risk barriers and mobilize tons of millions in climate finance for underserved MSMEs. Is it clear, the question?
Next is, thank you. Next is Delegate of Albania.
Sustainable development is not possible without sustainable energy development. By Margaret Wallstrom. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Republic of Albania is emerging as a regional leader in mobilizing private green finance for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The country's model integrates blended finance tools, strategic partnerships with local banks, and policy reforms in tandem with the EU standards. Some of the key initiatives include the collaboration with the World Bank, FinSAC, to develop the medium-term green strategy, which was approved in 2023. These private sectors are strengthened by institutional support. In January 2025, the Bank of Albania signed with the European Investment Bank, EIB, to establish a green taxonomy and enhance banks' capacity to mobilize private funds for green projects. A Euro 20 million loan from OPEC fund which aimed at MSMEs involved in green projects. At the beginning of 2025, the EBRD issued a Euro 6 million loan under the Go Digital program, supporting MSMEs in digitalization, automation, and green investments. So, in the context of G21 nations and emerging economies, Albania's approach represents a pragmatic framework, using donor-backed guarantees to support green finance for MSMEs. So, together through hard work and cooperation, we can achieve a more sustainably developed world for the next generation.
Thank you, Delegate. If you elapsed your time, please sit down. Next is the Delegate of India.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates. Today, the delegate of India speak on the topic of private green finance for MSMEs in G21 economies. As the world moves towards sustainable development, the role of micro, small and medium enterprises or MSMEs becomes more important than ever. In India, India forms over 90% of businesses. MSMEs are the backbone of the economy. They contribute nearly 30% to our GDP and employ over 110 million people. But when it comes to sustainable practices, these enterprises face serious challenges. One of the issues is the lack of financial support for sustainable small-scale enterprises. Most MSMEs cannot afford clean energy solutions or eco-friendly technology. There's also the issue of limited accessibility of green finance. Many small businesses are unaware of or unable to access green loans or funding schemes. Another issue is the need for improvement in technique and technology. New affordable innovations are required to help MSMEs start renewable energy projects on a low budget. As a part of Project 2070, India has committed to net zero carbon emissions by the year 2070. To reach this goal, India is working on introducing general public funding systems to support MSMEs in going green. In conclusion, green finance is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic opportunity to get a cleaner, fairer and stronger future for all. Thank you.
New Zealand.
I want to raise a question towards the delegates of India. How does India ensuring MSMEs in vulnerable regions get fair access to climate finance?
Could you repeat the question?
How is India ensuring MSMEs in vulnerable region get fair access to climate finance?
MSMEs contribute 10 to 15% of industrial sector emissions, which are 3 to 4% of overall carbon dioxide emissions in India, through the SIDBI report. It also sustains a net zero goal by 2070. Conventional banks often reject MSMEs loan requests, lack of collateral and poor credit history. Thank you.
Up is the Delegate of Brazil.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates of the G21 and United Nations of the international community, declare that micro, small and medium enterprises are the engines of inclusive climate action. The 2025 action plans calls for closing 5.7 trillion credit gap in emerging markets and emphasizing leveraging fintech and policy enablers to supportive sustainable MSME growth. Representing 90% of businesses in Brazil and employing millions globally, MSME drive innovations and resilience and generate over 70% of formal jobs in the private sector, and proudly 99% of all formal companies in Brazil are MSME. They contribute 30% of Brazil's GDP and they generate 55% of formal employment. Brazil green finance achievements that we taken concrete measurable steps to scale green finance that leads to growth. Brazil has the 9th largest GDP in the world. Your Excellencies, the green transition cannot be a luxury for the few. It must be a mainstream for many, starting with our MSME. Brazil stands ready to lead by example and collaborate in solidarity. We believe that inclusive green finance is not only a climate imperative, it is an opportunity to shape resilient, equitable and future-ready economies. Let us move forward with ambition and with action.
How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate of Brazil would like to yield the time for POI.
We'll take one POI. Those who asked 2 POIs, lower your placards. One yesterday as well, no? So, a total of yesterday and today, right? We'll give it to delegates of.
How is Brazil integrating indigenous community-run MSMEs into its green finance system without compromising their autonomy or biodiversity.
2024, Brazil demarcated 6 new indigenous territories covering over 1.2 million hectares and increased penalties for invasion by 200%. Community patrols are state-funded and backed by real-time surveillance.
Looking for motions. I suggest you take a 5-minute unmod and decide 2 sub-agendas, right? Final 2 sub-agendas. So this will be the flow that we'll be going with. We'll take 2 moderated caucuses, right? And in each moderated caucus, half of the speakers will speak. In one of the moderated caucus, 15 speakers will speak. In the next moderated caucus, the rest of the 16 speakers would speak. And the rest, 16 and the 15, those who are not speaking in each of the caucuses, they will give their speech in the written form. Not audible? Yeah, we'll be taking a GSL after one more mod. Okay? So those who will not be speaking in the first moderate caucus, they will be giving their speeches in the written format. And those who will be writing the first mod, they will be speaking in the second mod. And the rest of them will be giving their speeches in the written format. Did you get what I am saying? No. No? Okay. We have to do at least 2 moderated caucus sessions today. From now. Okay? We will not take POIs. We will take POIs in GSL if you yield your time. In the first moderated caucus, all of you will not get a chance to speak. Only half of you will get a chance to speak. Right? So you're 31 here, almost half is 15, or let's say 16. Okay, so 16 of you will speak in the first moderated caucus. What about the rest 15? You can give your speeches in the written format. Write down your speech and give it to me. Right? But those who will speak will not write because you have spoken. And both will be evaluated on an equitable basis, equal basis. Right? Now, after we have elapsed our first mod, we will move on to GSL. We will do 8 more speakers and then we will take up another GSL, another moderated caucus. In that moderated caucus, we will take up the speakers, those who have not spoken in the first moderated caucus. That is, the rest 15 of the 16 speakers will be speaking in the second moderated caucus. So what about those who have not speaking in this mod caucus? Now they can give their speeches in a written format. Well and fine. Did you get what I am saying? Obviously it is not mandatory for everyone to give their speeches, right? But you are encouraged to give your speeches. Please give your speeches either in a verbal or written format, and you should speak at least in one of the mods. Well and fine? Sure. So looking for motions, I believe you should take a 5-minute unmoderated caucus so that you can decide upon which to speak and what to do first, what to do second. The timing should be 60 seconds with no verbal mandatory POIs. Okay? So yeah, looking for motions on the floor. Seeing only one. Okay, seeing 2. Greece, followed by France, followed by Russia, followed by Pakistan.
The delegate of Greece would like to suspend the ongoing GSL and raise a motion for a 5-minute to raise a motion for unmoderated caucus for next 5 minutes.
Okay, the motion is in order. Next in the line was, who was recognized for the next motion? Yes, France. If you have the same motion, then you can say I second the motion of the delegate of Greece. If you have some other motion, then you can raise it again.
I second the motion raised by the delegate of Greece.
Okay, Pakistan.
The delegate of Pakistan seconds the motion passed by the delegate of Greece.
Russia.
The delegate of Russia seconds the motion that is passed by the delegate of Greece.
Okay, so the committee will vote upon a motion on 5 minutes of unmoderated caucus. The motion raised by delegate of Greece, seconded by France, Pakistan and Russia. The members in favor of this motion may say aye. Aye. Members against say nay. If you are giving it in this session, as a written speech. If in the next mod you will be giving a written speech, you will give of your notepad that you have. Okay, both the sides can be utilized. Okay, you need to start from one side. You can utilize as many, you can add as many points as you want. But the condition is it should be within just one sheet of paper involving both the sides, that too of the notepad that you have. Well and fine. I hope you must have decided two motions. I believe two sub-agendas, right? Two sub-agendas are there. Looking for motions on the floor. We'll take a motion from Saudi Arabia, followed by Zimbabwe, followed by China, right? Okay, Saudi Arabia, please go ahead. So you'll say the delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to suspend the ongoing unmoderated caucus and raise a motion to move the committee into a moderated caucus, okay?
The delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to raise a point of motion to suspend the ongoing
Unmoderated caucus.
ongoing unmoderated caucus into a moderated
And start
start a moderated caucus.
a moderated caucus.
A moderated caucus on the sub-agenda, the lack of financial support for sustainable MSMEs.
Lack of financial support
For sustainable MSMEs.
with individual speakers time
60 minutes.
60 seconds. Total speakers time 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
And no verbal POI.
60 minutes.
16 speakers? Okay.
Yeah.
16 minutes and no verbal POI. Say.
And no verbal POI.
Okay. Thank you. The motion is in order. Delegate of Zimbabwe.
Delegate of Zimbabwe seconds the motion raised by the delegate of Saudi Arabia.
China.
Delegate of China seconds the motion raised by delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Thank you, delegates. So now the committee shall vote on the motion raised by the delegate of Saudi Arabia, seconded by delegate of Zimbabwe, with individual speakers time being 60 seconds, total speakers time being 16 minutes, and no verbal POI. Which means we'll be taking 16 verbal speakers with no POIs, and 15 of you will be giving a written speech, right? Members in favor of the motion may say aye. Aye. Members against may say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion clearly passes, so now the committee is into a moderated caucus session on the sub-agenda, lack of financial support for sustainable MSMEs. Now we'll be recognizing speakers for this moderated session. The delegates who wish to give their speeches in this modcoc may raise your placards. We'll be taking 16 speakers in total, all at once. So because Saudi Arabia has raised the motion, would you like to be the first speaker? Right? So if you, see, this is called using your right. Okay? So you're using your right, and if you would have said, no, I would like to speak later on, then you could have the option that you can speak anywhere in between, whenever you want to say. You can put your name anywhere in the speakers list. That is called as to reserve your right. So would you like to exercise your right, or would you like to reserve your right? You reserve your right. So you will tell me at the last when you will speak. Okay. It was seconded by the delegate of Zimbabwe and China. Zimbabwe, do you like to be the first speaker? Okay. Zimbabwe, followed by African Union, followed by France, followed by Thailand, followed by Japan, followed by Mexico, followed by Australia, followed by South Korea, followed by Qatar, followed by USA, yes, followed by India, followed by Canada, followed by Albania, followed by South Africa, followed by Argentina, and when we are done with 15 speakers, Saudi Arabia, When would you like to speak? Would you like to speak at the last, at the beginning, in the middle? When? What number? 7th position. Okay. So you will be speaking after Mexico. The list goes as follows. You all are requested to pay due attention. The first speaker will be Zimbabwe, followed by African Union, followed by France, followed by Thailand, followed by Japan, followed by Mexico, followed by Saudi Arabia, followed by Australia, followed by South Korea, followed by Qatar, followed by United States of America, followed by India, followed by Canada, followed by Albania, followed by South Africa, and the last speaker would be the delegate of Argentina. Well and fine? Good lobbying, because you gave me exactly 16 speakers. The rest of you, apart from these, will be giving their speeches in written format, right? So I'm expecting the written speeches maximum by 10:45. Okay? Well and fine? I need all the 15 written speeches in this particular format with the heading Mod 2. Okay? So the motion was raised by the delegate of... Okay, I have the motion anyway. No issues. Yeah. So we'll be taking the delegate of Zimbabwe. You have the floor for the next 60 seconds. Zimbabwe? Yes. Ma'am, you have the floor for 60 seconds. Would you like to use the podium or? Okay, please start. First tap at 45, final tap at 60. After the double tap of ma'am, you will sit, you will stop speaking, and we don't have EELs, we don't have POIs, so you are encouraged to exhaust your complete time. Speak for straight 60 seconds. Do not stop. Right? All the best.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, in Zimbabwe, 94% of businesses are small-scale enterprises, employing over 60% of the workforce and contributing nearly 50% to GDP. Yet, financial support remains critically inadequate. According to the FinScope 2022, only 14% of MSMEs are formally registered and less than 1% access formal credit with sustainable investments. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy aims to bridge this gap, prioritizing MSMEs, women and youth through tailored financial models like SACCOs, credit and saving cooperative and asset-based lending. Institutions such as ZWMB and Power Bank now accept movable collateral, solar dryers, livestock, even sewing machines, making finance more accessible. Zimbabwe isn't defined by its constraints, but by its commitment to inclusive innovation. Let us invest in the enterprises that sustain our people and power our future. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next speaker is the delegate of African Union.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, behind every small-scale enterprises are real people, parents, and neighbors striving to do the thing for both their families and the planet. They choose sustainability not because it's easy, but because they believe in a better future. Yet despite this commitment, they face huge barriers, high costs, limited access to funding, and slow, uncertain returns create significant financial challenges. Supporting systems are lacking access to training, green loans are difficult to secure. Most resource and attention flow to larger companies. Let's support small-scale enterprises because a sustainable future depends on them. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, delegate of France.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegate of France believes that the lack of financial support for sustainable MSMEs is one of the greatest threats to an inclusive green transition. MSMEs, often led by women, youth and rural entrepreneurs, are key to climate resilience, yet they remain neglected by global finance. France urges G21 nations to establish blended finance models that combine public, private and philanthropic capital to de-risk green investments. Let us create a national green MSME fund, strengthen ESG-based lending and build digital tools that make finance accessible at the grassroots. Through AFD and BPI France is already financing climate-smart MSMEs and stands ready to expand this support through global partnerships. We must shift the narrative. Climate action cannot be top-down. The MSMEs are not small players. They are the backbone of sustainable development. Let us empower them. Thank you.
Delegate of Thailand.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, today I draw your attention to a pressing issue limiting Thailand's sustainable growth. The lack of financial support for small enterprises going green. MSMEs makes up 99% of Thailand's business. They drive our economy and support communities. Yet, most lack access to the financial tools needed to adapt sustainable practices. While the government promotes the biocircular green economy model, it often fails to reach the grassroots. What we need is stronger private sector finance, a system that enables MSMEs to reduce emissions, embrace growth tech, and unlock new opportunities. With the right support, these businesses can become great pioneers, lowering costs and driving innovations. Let's bridge the financial gap because a sustainable, inclusive economy isn't a dream. It's our shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up is Delegate of Japan.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Japan believes that the lack of financial access for small-scale enterprises is not just an economic gap, it is a structural weakness in our global climate response. In Japan, the country have introduced credit guarantee, green startup incubators, and fintech-based lending through the Japan Finance Corporation. Our outreach extends internationally via GICA supporting MSMEs in Asia and Africa. We urge the committee to remember no climate strategy is complete if it overlooks the smallest actions. Japan stands to collaborate in making green finance universally accessible.
Thank you, Delegate. Next we have is the Delegate of Mexico.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegation of Mexico highlights a pressing concern while MSMEs constitute 99.8% of all businesses and have 70% employment workforce. Only a small fraction can engage in sustainable practices because they face overwhelming financial problems assessing green technology. Certifications like ISO 1400 or even basic eco-friendly upgrades remain prohibitively expensive without affordable credit or support. Sustainability is a luxury to most of the MSMEs simply cannot afford. These challenges rise from two key issues. First, the lack of comparative green financing products in Mexico's banking sector, and where over 80% of the credit is controlled by few economic institutions. And secondly, environmental aspects with the same MSME support policies. MSMEs are burdened with the high cost and limit of awareness and no clear path to long-term sustainable investments. Mexico proposes the expansion of green supply.
Thank you, Delegate of Mexico. Next we have a Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, micro, small and medium enterprises are considered as the engine of the growth in developing economy. Only 16% of MSME have timely access to finance. MSME boost and accelerate the rate of growth of development of the economy and utilize the resources and provide employment. The objectives of this is consider the lack of financial support sustainable MSME. Furthermore, the infrastructure for green finance in Saudi Arabia is still developing, which complicates MSME's ability to access green bonds, climate loans and other sustainable investment opportunities. To address this, we must go beyond policy declaration, strengthening green financial instruments, fostering investors' confidence, and creating robust public-private frameworks are essential steps. Saudi Arabia's green transition depends on the success of its smallest innovators. Supporting them is not just aligned with our national goals. Thank you.
You have 10 seconds left. Would you like to add anything? Thank you. Australia.
Honorable chairs and esteemed delegates, Australia highlights a major hurdle for small businesses striving for sustainability, a distinct lack of financial support. In Australia, this challenge is clear. While programs like energy efficiency grants exist, many still find them hard to access. The reality is global. A recent SME Climate Hub survey found over half of small business worldwide face insufficient funding as a barrier to climate action. This isn't just one nation's problem. It's a global issue slowing the progress. Simpler, more accessible green finance is crucial. Tailored grants and loans are needed for these enterprises to thrive. By empowering small businesses, not only are local economies boosted, but global climate action accelerates. This is a vital investment in our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Australia. South Korea.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Are we truly progressing if the hands that build our economies remain empty? To address the lack of MSME financing, we have empowered the Korea Credit Guarantee Fund and Korea Technology Finance Corporation to ease access to green finance through credit guarantees, low interest loans, and advisory support. Our vision is backed by action. The Green New Deal invested 73.4 trillion won, aiming to strengthen climate action, green infrastructure. The Korean public institutions like Korea Exim Bank invested 500 million US dollars in environmental projects. Beyond borders, through KOICA's funding, we have donated a total of $563 million to countries across the world, supporting over 40 countries. Korea also co-founded the Asian Korea Green Technology Projects. Korea believes that G20 must move beyond promises. We propose that all nations should explore different MSME globally and provide appropriate investment scaling MSMEs. Let us ensure that no viable idea fails simply because it was born small. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of South Korea. We have next up the Delegate of Qatar.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, big solution begin with small support. Today, sustainable small-scale enterprises have ideas, but not the investment. Despite their green potential, small enterprises remain underfunded. In Qatar, MSMEs face limited access to green finance institutions, high interest rates with collateral requirements, and lack of investor confidence. In response, Qatar has launched initiatives such as QDB's green finance programs, which promotes banks to co-invest. Sharia-based loan, which is interest-free, also ease affordability. Doha Bank's sustainable finance framework that mobilizes private lending and uses blended finance to de-risk sustainable investment. Qatar calls for global financial system to prioritize inclusion so that sustainable small enterprises aren't left behind but funded to lead. The delegate of Qatar thanks the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. The next is Delegate of United States of America.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the United States firmly acknowledges the pressing issue of inadequate financial support for micro, small and medium enterprises. MSMEs are the backbone of global economies, yet millions still struggle to access capital and credit. In the US, we have implemented strong support mechanisms such as a Small Business Administration, which provides loans, loan guarantees and counseling. Programs like the Paycheck Protection Program during the COVID-19 crisis helped sustain millions of American small businesses. The Community Development Financial Institutions Fund is another key initiative directing capital to underserved communities. But national efforts are not enough. The US encourages global collaboration, sharing best practices, expanding access to microfinance, and leveraging digital tools to ensure MSMEs, especially in developing nations, are not left behind. Let us unite to ensure that. Thanks, Chair.
Next up, Delegate of India.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the delegate of India would like to draw attention to the committee to an urgent matter: the lack of financial support for sustainable and MSME, particularly in emerging and developing economies. As the global community puts more focus on sustainability, small and medium enterprises, the very lifeblood of local economies, get left behind. These are major drivers of green innovation, environmental sustainability and inclusive growth. However, most of them struggle to access even the most basic financial services. Conventional banks often reject MSMEs' loan requests, collateral or poor credit history. Green projects may have wonderful long-term benefits but seen as short-term financial risk, limiting growth like green energy sustainable startups. The Delegate of India see this both as an economic problem and development problem. To solve it, we need to promote green microfinance, public-private partnership funding and eased access to low-interest climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of India. Next is Delegate of Canada.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate, Canada sees small business not just as numbers, but as the heart of communities and drivers of real change. These enterprises have so much potential to push forward innovation and sustainability, but the truth is, many of them simply can't afford to go green. High cost, limited access to funding, and hesitant investors make it difficult, especially for those in remote or underdeserved areas. It's not always about lack of ideas, it's about lack of opportunity. That is is why Canada has taken steps through cooperative banking and green funds, working with financial institutions to make climate finance more accessible. Supporting women-led and rural business is a priority. Canada encouraged these committee to focus on inclusive financing system, build capacity in vulnerable regions, and strengthen public-private partnership. When small businesses are given the tools to go green, they become powerful agent of change. Helping them isn't just a good policy; it's how we build a fairer, more sustainable.
Thank you, Delegate of Canada. Next is Delegate of Albania.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Republic of Albania acknowledges the critical role of sustainable small-scale MSMEs in driving inclusive economic growth and environmental resilience. Yet, we recognize that these enterprises often face a lack of financial support due to high lending risks and not enough access to green financing. To address this, Albania has taken decisive steps. The country has established a national development bank to provide tailored financing for SMEs and green startups. Through partnerships with the EU and the EBRD, Albania has launched targeted credit lines, grants, and risk-sharing facilities to support innovation and rural entrepreneurship. However, Albania stressed that national efforts alone are not enough. So, Albania calls for enhanced international cooperation and greater private sector engagement. So, let us work together to ensure that no small-scale sustainable MSMEs are left behind, but empowered to lead the transition to a greener and fairer economy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Albania. Next up, we have a Delegate of South Africa.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, sustainable MSMEs are the engines of green innovation, local job creation, and climate resilience. Yet, across the G21, these enterprises face a critical obstacle, lack of financial support. Despite contributing significantly to GDP and employment, sustainable MSMEs often struggle to access credit due to high risk perception, limited collateral, and inadequate investor confidence. This financing gap doesn't just slow down the green transition, it sidelines the very actors who make it inclusive and equitable. We must urgently scale blended finance, de-risk green lending, and simplify access to private capital. Let us create an ecosystem where sustainable MSMEs are not the last to be funded, but the first to be empowered. Thanks to the Chair.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. Next up, we have the Delegate of Argentina.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the transition to a green economy is not a distant ideal, it is a present necessity. As the UN Environment Programme and other international bodies have repeatedly emphasized, this transition cannot happen without the full participation of MSMEs. In Argentina, these businesses account for a significant portion of the GDP and employment, yet they face a critical barrier, access to private green finance. Official documents from the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank corroborate this. While there is a growing global pool of sustainable finance, Argentine MSMEs struggle to tap into this. They often lack the capacity and resources to meet the complex reporting and disclosure requirements of private financial institutions. This reporting gap is a key obstacle, making it difficult for banks to assess the environmental impact and creditworthiness of these smaller projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Argentina. With this, we have done with this smart talk. And it's now 10:34. In next 11 minutes, I believe you must have been completing your written speeches. Have you written the speeches? Did you complete your written speeches? Is there anyone who has not yet completed their written speech? Does you have not completed? How much time do you need? 2 minutes. Okay. Anyone else who needs time, or rest of you have written their speeches? Those who have not given as verbal speech? Yes, I believe so. Okay. Albania, followed by European Union, followed by Italy, followed by Turkey, followed by South Africa. Albania.
The delegate of Albania would like to raise a notion to suspend the ongoing moderated caucus and move on to the GSL with general individual speaking time 90 seconds.
The motion is in order. European Union.
Delegate of European Union seconds the motion.
Delegate of Italy.
The delegate of Italy seconds the motion raised by delegate of Albania.
Delegate of Turkey.
The delegate of Turkey seconds the motion.
Delegate of South Africa. The committee will now vote on the motion raised by the delegate of Albania to suspend the ongoing moderated caucus session and resume the GSLs with individual speakers time being 90 seconds. The delegates in favor of the motion may say aye. Aye. Delegates against may say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The committee resumes into general speakers list. The next speaker we have is the delegate of Germany. I'll just recite the names of the next 8 speakers, so you should be familiar with them, Delegate of Germany, followed by delegate of Indonesia, followed by delegate of United Kingdom, followed by delegate of United States of America, followed by the delegate of African Union, followed by the delegate of New Zealand, followed by the delegate of Russia, followed by the delegate of Australia. We'll be taking these 8 GSLs. Post this, we'll be taking another moderated caucus, and then we'll move on to conclude our GSLs and then move on to draft resolution.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegate of Germany believes that the green future needs strong support for MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. In Germany, over 99.7% of all business are MSMEs, and these provide over 60% of our jobs. These are the true backbone of our economy. But across G21 nations, almost 90% of MSMEs struggle to get green finance. The main reasons are high interest rates and lack of knowledge about green loans. Germany recommend 2 steps for G21 countries: give tax benefit to private investors and to build easy online platform for MSMEs to apply. Germany already has the experience, data and tools. We are ready to support and partner with all G21 nations. Let's help MSMEs to grow green for our people, our business and our planet. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 19 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
Point of information.
POIs, we will take 4 POIs. Those who have asked 2 POIs, lower your placards. Okay. We'll take Canada, followed by Turkey, followed by Zimbabwe, followed by Argentina. So Canada. Yeah.
How does the delegation propose to make
audible.
How does the delegation propose to make private green finance more inclusive for MSMEs, especially those in rural areas?
Can you please repeat the last line?
Especially those in rural areas.
Okay. So Germany is a well-developed. So the delegate of Germany would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of Canada that Germany has many policies like the KfW SME Green Program, which provides the benefit to the rural MSMEs to work beneficial for the people. That's all.
Delegate of Turkey.
Can Germany clarify how ESG aligned lending can be adapted for MSMEs in low capacity market?
The delegate of Germany would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of Turkey by Chet.
Zimbabwe.
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Germany. How do 5 billion euros economy level tools benefit MSMEs in developing countries with lower economic conditions?
Sir.
Thank you, Delegate of Zimbabwe. Delegate of Argentina.
How can Germany attract more private green finance?
Yes, please repeat.
How can Germany attract more private green finance?
Delegate of Germany would like to reply the delegate of Argentina that Germany has many policies again and it has many funds to provide the MSMEs and it has already been the control and it has many programs to provide and save from the green washing. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Germany. Next up we have the Delegate of Indonesia.
Economy is not a choice, it's a necessity. President Joko Widodo. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Delegate of Indonesia strongly emphasizes the urgent need to expand private green finance for micro, small, medium enterprises. In Indonesia, MSMEs contribute 61% of national GDP and provide livelihoods to over 170 million people, yet shockingly, less than 5% of them have access to climate-related financing. To bridge this critical gap, Indonesia launched the Green Sukuk, an innovative financing mechanism rooted in Islamic financial principles such as transparency, accountability, and reinvestment into local communities. This initiative has successfully mobilized over $2.5 billion for renewable energy and sustainable development. Its adaptable nature makes it a promising model for other G21 economies, regardless of your financial systems. In addition, Indonesia proposes the establishment of G21 Green Investment Accelerator designed to support MSMEs in member states, especially in underserved regions. By engaging private investors and leveraging fintech platforms, we can make green finance more accessible and inclusive. Empowering MSMEs is not just a key to achieve climate goals, it is essential to build resilient, fair and inclusive economies. Indonesia stands ready to collaborate with all nations to turn this vision into collective action. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. You will lapse your time.
My vision for the next 12 months and beyond is an explosion of momentum to the point where green finance becomes simply finance, said by John Glenn. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the United Kingdom recognizes the critical role of micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, in both economic growth and climate action. MSMEs contribute significantly to employment and also covers over 99% of all businesses in the United Kingdom. But many still lack financial means to transition toward more greener platforms. To tackle this, the country of the United Kingdom have implemented numerous initiatives to expand access to green finance, particularly through the support of British Business Bank. This aims to ensure that MSMEs can have access for affordable finance for clean technologies, energy efficiency, and sustainable supply chains. Despite this, MSMEs continue to face challenges such as limited awareness, high upfront costs, and very complex application processes. The United Kingdom believes that through international cooperation and inclusive financing mechanism, we can close these gaps and empower MSMEs worldwide to be a key drivers of green transition. The United Kingdom call upon all member states to support green finance that are accessible, scalable, aligned with global climate targets, especially for MSMEs which runs our economy. Thanks.
Delegate, you have 5 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
Yield to POI.
We'll take one POI. Those who have asked to question. Italy, go ahead.
How has the UK been able to finance their MSMEs with after post-Brexit?
After post?
I'll repeat. how does the UK plan to finance its MSMEs post-Brexit?
Well, the UK supports through British Business Bank, and also there are many loans available for especially for MSMEs and through digital transformation, investing in innovation and digital tool, green finance strategy which are encouraging sustainable lending, tax incentives driving sustainable growth. These things aim to empower MSMEs and thrive to lead in building a greener and more inclusive economy.
Thank you, UK. Delegate of United States of America.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the United States is pleased to speak on the vital issue of private green finance for MSMEs in G21 economies. MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises, they are the backbone of our economies. MSMEs create jobs, support families and help our countries grow. But many of them are unprepared for the climate change. They want to become more greener, but they lack resources and support. The United States believes that solving this challenge requires a strong action. We must bring in private investment to help MSMEs adopt green technologies and practices. This is not just about climate, it's about smart economics and long-term stability. The USA supports blended finance, a model launched in 2019 where public funding helps reduce risk for private investors. Through the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, which was introduced in 2020, we are already funding clean energy, agriculture, and transport projects led by MSMEs. The USA also supports digital platforms and smart credit systems that help MSMEs access green finance more easily and transparently. Technology is a powerful tool for inclusion and efficiency. The United States stands ready to lead with finance, innovation, and global cooperation. Thanks, the Chair.
Thank you, Delegate of United States of America. You have 11 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time? How would you like to yield your time?
Point of information.
The POIs, we will take 2 POIs to Delegate of USA. Those who have asked 2 POIs already, lower your placards. In South Korea. Azil, you haven't asked any question as of now? This is your first question, right? Right? This is your second question. Okay.
How can the US lead climate tax while fossil fuel subsidies persist at over 20 billion US dollar annually, more than its clean energy foreign aid combined?
Can the delegate please repeat the question?
How can US lead climate talks while fossil fuel subsidies persist at over 20 billion US dollar annually, more than its clean energy foreign aid combined?
Sorry, the delegate of USA can't understand the question.
How can the US lead climate talks while fossil fuel subsidies persist at over 20 billion US dollar annually, more than its cleaner energy foreign aid combined?
The US supports small business administration. The US offers green loan guarantees and sustainably focused funding programs to MSMEs. The USA support green funding for accessing more green energies, agriculture, and more natural programs.
Thank you, Delegate. It was followed by, please.
US speaks as a global leader in the international forums, but in this current geopolitical scenario, US has imposed high tariffs on many countries, which is reducing the SMEs reducing these SMEs to come forward. So what is the stance on United States of America in imposing these tariffs among different countries?
Sorry, can you combine it all together without any gaps?
So, in this geopolitical scenario, US has imposed high tariffs on different countries. So, this is affecting the SMEs of respective countries. So, as a global leader in this geopolitical scenario, what is your stance in taking this, on imposing these tariffs?
The US support market-driven approach to green finance, where the private sector plays a leading role in investing in sustainable businesses. The USA believes in creating an enabling environment through the smart regulation, fiscal incentives, and blended finance to mobilize private capital towards MSMEs.
Thank you, Delegate of South Korea. Next up is the Delegate of African Union.
The future is green and Africa must be its heart. Akinwumi Adesina. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the African Union believes that MSMEs don't just create jobs, they also have the power to lead Africa's fight against climate change. Yet, over 80% of MSMEs in Africa still struggle to get the credit they need for green and sustainable projects. The African Development Bank estimates that Africa needs $3 trillion to meet its climate goals by 2030. Clearly, private green finance is key to closing this huge gap. That's why the AU supports international frameworks like the Green Climate Fund and calls for partnerships that make climate finance easier to access for small business. To truly empower MSMEs, the AU also recommends using de-risking tools, supporting mobile microfinance platforms, and building local capacity so entrepreneurs can grow sustainably. Africa's green future must be fair and inclusive, leaving no one behind. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of African Union. You have 7 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
To point of information.
We'll take 2 POIs to African Union.
South Africa balances its national interests with its global commitments to fair trade, debt transparency, and sustainable development funding. As a member of BRICS and G21, how does South Africa balance its national interests with its global commitments to fair trade and debt transparency and sustainable development funding?
As you are a very recent member of G21, how do you manage, trade, sustainable development, and all other allied aspects altogether, right?
Yes. The AU supports monetary systems at local levels where leaders and MSMEs networks help track how funds and use how finance platforms that keep clear records.
Thank you. Delegate of Albania.
How does the African Union's regulatory framework support or hinder private green finance for MSMEs?
The AU supports private green finance for MSMEs. It empowers local business, protects environment, and builds a resilient purpose future for Africa's youth.
Thank you. Delegates, one more thing. See, as I've been mentioning since yesterday, that a country's domestic policies, a country's domestic affairs is none of a major concern at a financial institution at a global economic cooperation platform. As mentioned earlier again, a country is sovereign and independent to manage their own domestic affairs in terms of foreign policy, in terms of economy, and other allied aspects. Until and unless it comes to tariffs, tax barriers, tax evasion by foreign investors, FDIs, that is of our use to talk because that affects other countries as well. Something a country is doing in their own country, how is it of relevance to us? Please try to understand this. If you're asking if you're asking a question which is continuously being asked in this committee, if you're asking a question repeatedly, what is your country doing to do this in your own country? How does this concern your country? how is, let's say for example, how is US concerned that what is India or Pakistan doing within its domestic politics? Domestic, they are just concerned with the trade barriers. They're just concerned with the tax impositions, the leases in case of sanctions, because that concerns them directly. What you're doing, I'll sell a matchstick for 200 rupees in my own country, but I'm giving it to you for 2 rupees. So how will it affect me? Do whatever you want to do in your country. This is a capitalist world. You need to make sure, right? The questions you ask should be relevant to the committee as well. That is why you should, initially when we started yesterday, we were talking about what is the nature of G21. G21 initially how it started. It started as an economic cooperation forum post the ASEAN crisis. Post the Asian financial crisis 1999 it was established, where even the presidents and the prime ministers were not invited. Only the governors of the top federal bank were invited. Top finance ministers were invited because it was just a financial institution. Just to ensure that any sort of economic crisis should not come again into this world. Right? But slowly and gradually what we mentioned, what we saw, again 2008 financial crisis. Despite being G20, we were hit by financial crisis in 2008 again. This called up for a greater cooperation. So now the heads of the state and the head of the governments were invited, the president and the prime ministers were invited to this particular forum. In addition to it, ILO, WTO, World Bank representatives from International Monetary Fund, they were invited. Why were they invited? Just to discuss the affairs at a global cooperation level. We have nothing to do with something that a country is doing at their domestic political level. So your questions should be targeted towards international cooperation. You can ask about trade barriers, you can ask about MSMEs, because every one of you know that your country is almost entirely dependent upon micro, small and medium enterprises for their GDP growth, for their production processes and all other allied aspects. So what your MSMEs produce, that is exported as well. Your MSMEs import as well. So you're not talking about that at all. A very basic repeated question, easily framed by ChatGPT, that what has the country done to boost MSMEs in your country? What policies have you enacted to give boost to local enterprises? How does it concern you? I don't have any local enterprises in my country. I have all big tech giants. This is none of our business. So you should be, this is the reason you should be listening first. Listen to the speeches. Very few questions are connected to the speeches that the delegates are giving here. You need to listen to the speeches. To be a good debater, to ask good questions, please learn to listen first. Listen to the speeches very, very, very carefully. Even if you're not asking question, you will take away a lot. You will learn a lot. Because that particular delegate, you're 31 here. If you have done your research, there are 30 other people in this committee who have read about their own country and maybe about your country as well. So they must give you something that you can take away from here to your home and you can use it in the next conference. Please note down important points that others are saying. Please jot down things. Please try to learn from others as well. And listen clearly and then precisely please ask questions. Right? Chamka? Right? We'll move on to the next speaker. That is the delegate of New Zealand. Oh, just a minute. New Zealand, please sit down. So we have I've exceeded 7 minutes. You can please proceed with your tea break. We'll be resuming in the next 15 minutes. You will get multiple chances to speak, right? In that, you'll have to keep raising your placards throughout if you want to speak. You'll be given slots of at least, 15 seconds to speak at once. Right? So let's say if Canada speaks for 15 seconds and African Union wants to give a counter. Very came to me that you want to write something again. Can someone clarify on that?
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, what do you when do storm is no longer coming but already here? In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we no longer ask if climate change is real. We ask how to solve it. Rising seas are solving ancestral coastlines. Storms grow fire, biodiversity fades. This is not distant crisis, it's our daily reality. And yet, in the heart of the challenge, we see opportunity. We believe private green finance, especially for micro, small and medium enterprises, is not just economic policy. It is the engine of climate resilience. Across G21 economies, MSMEs are the backbone of innovations and community. But they face complex barriers to accessing green capital barriers we must dismantle. New Zealand is taking that step. Through the NZ Green Investment Finance Fund, we are unlocking private capital, backing low emissions projects, and embedding caretaker and or moral value of guardianships into every investment. Because true sustainability is not just technical, it's cultural. To this chamber, we say act boldly, build inclusive finance systems, empower MSMEs, not all with funding, but with trust, clarity, and collaboration. Let the G21 be remembered not for our declarations, but for our direction, not for ambition alone, for action we take. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll elapse your time. The next speaker we have is Delegate of Russia.
Dalai Lama said, "If you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito." Dobraya Utra, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. Though small, MSMEs are economic lifeline, fostering employment, innovation and sustainability. Green finance, which is channeling private investment into eco-friendly projects, benefit both the planet as well as the profit. Russia has taken meaningful steps to introduce green finance, such as introducing green finance guidelines, which is aligned with the UN SDGs and also the OECD standards. With over $6.6 billion invested through National SME project, MSMEs gain access to low interest loans, crowdfunding options, and as well they gain the access to capital access market. Digital solutions are flourishing. Fintech platforms and SME securitization models are helping bridge financial gaps. In 2023 alone, the ESG bond grew by 34.5% in Russia with the help of Rosebank and SBER Bank, which is championing green loans. This isn't just progress, it's a movement. As the Dalai Lama reminds us that even the smallest creature can awaken the giants. MSMEs, though modest in scales, are mighty in potential, and with green investment behind them, they are not just whispers in dark, they are the storm that awakens a sustainable dawn. Spasibo, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. You have exhausted your time. Please sit down. Next up, we have is for the last speaker for this GSL session is Delegate of Australia.
The world is getting warmer and drier, and the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of action. By Simon Style. Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, over 98% of Australian businesses are MSME, and they employ about 2/3 of the country's workforce. However, many of them have faced difficulties obtaining the private green finance that is required for long-term and sustainable growth. Australia is in favor of an exclusive approach that focuses on combining credit guarantees, financing lower risk, and drawing private investors, building technical support and capacity to empower MSME with the information and abilities they need, leveraging cutting-edge online resources to improve green finance, accessibility, and transparency. Australia has supported sustainable development by working with private companies through CEFC, This Green Bank has co-invested over $18 billion across hundreds of projects, attracting billions in private funding. This partnership directly speeds up Australia's journey to net zero emission by 2050, making everything from large renewable projects to energy efficient building. This collective growth of G20 economies and global pursuit of sustainability are fundamentally reliant on empowering these small, agile enterprises. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Australia. We've exhausted your time. Now, you need to decide upon whether you want another Modcock as a speech-driven stimulation or you wish to have it as a format in which you want an open debate or a round-robin session. Remember, this is not a part of the formal proceedings. This is a part of the informal debate. As mentioned, the GSL is the only part of the formal debate, and obviously you will be marked on either of it. Right? Anything you do here in the committee is marked. So I request that one of you might raise a motion for an unmodcock for 5 minutes or whatsoever time you need. In case you need a little more time, that is also fine. We'll be taking motions. Any motions on the floor? See, whenever I ask any motions on the floor, then you are supposed to raise your placard. You're not supposed to raise your placard like anywhere at any point of time, right? Just a minute. Yeah. Any motions on the floor? Those who have already raised a motion today, please lower your placards. Even if you have raised or seconded a motion, please lower your placards. So we'll take motion by Delegate of Ukraine, followed by Delegate of China. China, you have raised a motion. Followed by Ukraine, followed by Australia, followed by Delegate of India, followed by Mexico, followed by South Korea. Right? Yeah, Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a motion to suspend the ongoing GSL and move to committee into a unmoderated caucus with individual speaker time being 60 seconds.
Ma'am, unmod cannot be off.
Unmoderated caucus
For?
For 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. Delegate of Australia.
Delegate of Australia seconds the motion raised by the delegate of Ukraine.
Okay. In case you wish to change the time of the unmod, then you have to raise another motion, okay? So the motion stands at 7 as of now, raised by Ukraine, seconded by Australia. Delegate of India, your motion. Delegate of India.
Delegate of India second this motion raised by
Ukraine. Okay, well and fine. Delegate of Mexico.
The delegate of Mexico seconds the motion raised by the
Delegate of South Korea. The committee is now going to vote on the motion raised by Ukraine to suspend the ongoing GSL and move the committee into an unmoderated caucus for 7 minutes, seconded by Australia, India, Mexico and South Korea. The delegates in favor of the motion may say aye. Delegates against may say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The committee is in an unmoderated caucus for the next 7 minutes. No more chits will be accepted after 12:10. Just 12:10. Well and fine. I will not entertain any chit, I'm telling you again, because you come to me again and again, sir, one chit, one chit, one chit. No. Right? If you've written one reply, that's enough. Complete 4 questions for today, that's it. No more chits to be sent. Right? Did you decide? What did you decide? Anyone? Yes, Krish. What did you decide?
we have decided that we are going to have a round robin session in informal debate. We would review in that for timing 20 minutes and the topic the accessibility for green finance for MSMEs.
Accessibility
The accessibility for green finance for MSMEs.
Accessibility of green finance for MSMEs. Okay, well and fine. Is it a decision by a majority or the decision as a consensus? Do you know what is the difference between a majority and a consensus? Majority is, as we know, 50% plus 1, that more than half of the committee agrees to it. Consensus means that almost every one of you agrees to it. So is it a decision by majority or decision by consensus?
Like we have decided this by majority and consensus. We have concluded majority and consensus both.
Okay. Looking for motions on the floor. Looking for motions on the floor. Any motions? Russia, you have already raised a motion. Mexico, you have already raised a motion. China, you have already done so. Greece, you have already done so. Any other one? Anyone else who wants to raise a motion? Anyone else? Seeing none? Okay. All the motions on the floor may raise your placards, irrespective of the fact that you have raised or not. Any motions on the floor? Okay. Delegate of Pakistan, followed by delegate of Greece, followed by delegate of Russia, followed by Albania, followed by Mexico. Delegate of India, lower your placard, you raise it later on. Followed by delegate of Indonesia. Is it the same motion, everyone? Right. Yes.
The delegate of Pakistan would like to raise a motion to suspend the ongoing GSL and put up a motion of a round robin session of total time 20 minutes.
Sub-agenda?
On the sub-agenda, lack of green finance, accessibility of green finance for MSMEs.
Lack of green finance for MSMEs.
Accessibility of green finance for MSMEs.
Accessibility of green finance, okay. Greece.
The delegate of Greece seconds the motion the motion raised by the delegate of Pakistan.
Russia.
Delegate of Russia seconds the motion which is raised by the delegate of Pakistan.
Albania.
Delegate of Albania seconds this motion.
Delegate of Mexico.
The delegate of Mexico seconds the motion raised by the delegate of
Indonesia.
Delegate of Indonesia seconds the motion raised by the delegate of Pakistan.
Well and fine. The motion is in order. The committee will now vote upon the motion raised by the delegate of Pakistan, seconded by Greece, Russia, Albania, Mexico, Indonesia, on the sub-agenda accessibility of green finance for MSMEs across the world, with total speakers time being 20 minutes and a round robin session, that is open debate. Delegates in favor of the motion may say aye. Delegates against may say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion passes, and the committee is now into a moderated caucus session with an open debate session on the given aforementioned sub-agenda. Right. So do you know how this proceedings will go on? You'll have to keep your placards raised aloft throughout. You will have to keep your placards raised aloft throughout the debate if you want to speak. Each one of you will be given a maximum of 3 chances to speak and a maximum of 15 seconds to speak during the debate. Okay? Let's say, I'll say, those who want to speak may raise their placards. 5 of you raised. I'll recognize, let's say for Saudi Arabia, I'll recognize, they'll start speaking. They'll start speaking, they'll speak for 15 seconds. And then I'll ask them to sit down. While she's speaking, Others will have to keep their placards raised because they want to speak. And then I'll recognize the other person. They will stand, she will sit. They'll stand, they'll start speaking for the next 15 seconds. And they have to, you have to counter the other person as well. You have to keep listening. You have to counter at the moment. That is Saudi Arabia says we will be enhancing, we'll be empowering women to just take part into MSMEs because there's a World Bank report that talks about that women participation in MSMEs would lead to high GDP growth because women are more also, they are more, energy driven and all those things, and the more efficient in some domestic works, domestic industries, cottage industries. Anyone can from there, they can raise, how are you talking about women? Women in your country have more restrictive laws than anywhere in the world. Right? These things could be there. You can counter arguments. Has to be there. Then it is meaningful to have an open debate session. Well and fine. Please counter debates. Here you can put allegations if you wish, but it should be obviously related to the sub-agenda that you are discussing. Well and fine. Is it clear to everyone? Do you have any doubts? After 20 minutes have elapsed, we will stop. Okay? So as soon as we start, we'll start a timer of 20 minutes. As 20 minutes are done, we'll stop. Okay? Obviously, it is not mandatory for everyone to speak. Those who will be raising their placards, obviously they'll be getting recognized and they'll get the chance to speak. But I wish and I encourage all of you to speak, because even if you speak once, you are encouraged to speak at least thrice. Utilize maximum opportunities that you get to speak. In this, you can question as well while speaking. Within your speeches, you can ask a question as well. Right? So it is up to you how you utilize your time. Well and fine. Am I clear? Chamka? Who wish to give their speeches in this modcog may raise your placards. Start. USA.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, the United States believes that green finance must be accessible, transparent and inclusive. Currently, complex eligibility criteria, limited outreach and lack of localized solutions restrict MSMEs from participating in the green transition. To address this, the US supports the development of user-friendly digital platforms, green credit scoring
Thank you, USA. Pakistan. The USA talks about the accessibility of green finance for SMEs of the world, and yet still the US imposes tariffs on all the countries of the world, barring them from accessing the green finance that the US so controls. Is this just?
I would like to ask a question. USA, how does the USA ensure that its venture-driven green finance model reaches micro and entrepreneurs in global south, not just Silicon Valley startups?
Actually, it needs to be. Sorry?
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, in China alone, MSMEs contribute over 60% to GDP but receive only a fraction of total green financing. To close this gap, China has launched green finance pilot zones, integrated ESG scoring models into SME credit ratings and promoted fintech solutions such as digital carbon credit trading platforms to bridge lenders and green MSMEs.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, real GDP growth in 2024 slowed markedly from over 5.0% in the first half of the year to around 2.0% in the second half, bringing overall figure down to 2.9% down. Russia's full-scale military invasion of Ukraine has inflicted massive human and economic damage. Because of just Russia's invasion, Ukraine's accessibility for finance has affected.
Yeah, how do you counter this?
So Russia will of course defend its economy. It is a selfish country. The world is selfish and it doesn't care about anyone. So it will care about its economy as well. It will defend its economy from the USA, where Ukraine was going to be a part of NATO, where USA is already standing. And the Article 5 of NATO says that if a country is a member of NATO, then the army of that particular your country should be on the border of that country.
Russia's frontline army was North Korea. Your country had much resources to bring your army into a front line. Why did you just use the North Korea's army when you had enough resources? Just to destroy the Ukraine's economy, you can't use other countries' resources.
First of all, North Korea's resources weren't used while invasion. And second, when Ukraine is going to the NATO countries, Russia also has the rights to take help from their own supporting countries.
Honorable Chair, while Greece celebrates its €1 billion milestone, the reality is sobering. 25% of MSMEs still face credit failures and only 4% have adopted energy saving system. This suggests that finance alone is not enough. Implemented outreach and capacity building must be prioritized.
Indonesia believes that green finance is only effective when it's accessible to the majority. The majority of MSMEs in G20 nations face complex processes, lack of climate risk information, and poor outreach from private investors. This is not just a financial gap, it's a trust gap.
Thank you, Indonesia. European Union.
For accessibility of green technology, European Union has funded over 15.7 million grants in Zambia. In Moldova, $6 million for 300 rural businesses. In Armenia, $70 million for expanding MSME credits. In Ukraine, $200 million for supporting recovery through EU risk sharing.
In Saudi Arabia, enhancing the accessibility of green finance for micro, small and medium enterprises is crucial for driving sustainable economic growth and advancing the objectives of Vision 2030. As the country transitions away from its reliance on oil, MSMEs play a central role in fostering innovation and generating employment. However, many MSMEs encounter significant barriers when seeking green finance funding aimed at supporting environmental sustainable projects. These challenges include a lack of awareness, a limited variety of financial products focused on green initiatives, and concerns about the high risk associated with financing small-scale environmental.
Italy says that every nation must tell their private banks to invest more on green funds, for the betterment for MSMEs.
Honorable Chair, the delegate of France believes that the issue is not lack of green finance globally, but a lack of access for those who need it most. France through BPI France provides green transition loans adapted to small businesses and collaborates with the EU and AFD to improve access to climate finance in G21 partner countries. However, we must go further. France urges G21 nations to simplify eligibility criteria, promote digital green finance tools, and build targeted support platforms for MSMEs.
India believes that MSMEs contribute 10 to 15% of industrial sector emissions, which are 3 to 4% of overall carbon dioxide emissions in India.
Keep countering others as well. Brazil.
The G21 countries must establish a global MSME credit insurance facility, a pooled fund to de-risk loans for MSME like Brazil's ABC Plus climate program, and simplify subsidies certification creates low-cost, standardized green labels for MSME.
Belarus.
Honorable Sir, fellow delegates, in Belarus we propose creating accessible green credit lines for MSMEs with flexible terms, minimal bureaucracy and technical guidance. Financial inclusion must be with financial education, especially in rural and semi-urban areas. Belarus also support the idea of G21 Green Finance Platform, a shared digital hub where MSMEs across nations can find grants, apply for loans and access mentorship all in one place.
The delegate of Bangladesh recognizes the critical role of MSMEs in achieving both economic development and environmental sustainability. In our nation, MSMEs contribute nearly 25% to the GDP and employ millions of people. Bangladesh believes that empowering MSMEs with accessible green finance is not optional, it is essential. We urge international partners to support the Green Climate Fund and facilitate technology transfer to the developing nations.
South Korea.
It is very depressing that Bangladesh is, when moving through this political instability, is speaking about MSME and they are not able to look into their political matters and what is going. And speaking of Russia, Russia is also so selfish in this international forum. only speaking about itself and neglecting the rights of Ukraine and its SME. He speaks about a small investment that comes in SMEs has a great impact, and now he speaks that we are so selfish, neglecting this small thing that affects the Ukrainian economy.
Ukraine had gone to become the member of NATO, which was a threat to Russia. So it gave an answer to Ukraine, and also when there's a fight going on between someone, you will never, can the delegate use personal pronoun for now? Okay. You will never think that who has started the fight. You will injure your enemy in such a way that he doesn't get up and fight with you against.
But that does not matter. See, when it's about the topic of SME and how it's impacting upon the global forum, US started the war and it has a great impact on Ukraine.
The threat of NATO for Russia is between NATO and Russia, not Ukraine and Russia. And first of all, destroying a country's economy and destroying a country's green investment does not make a country's geopolitical war. You can't take a geopolitical war just because you don't. The Russia does not go with NATO. What's between Russia and NATO? It's Russia and NATO, not Ukraine and Russia.
Bangladesh ensuring that green finance is inclusive and reaches women and youth. How is Bangladesh ensuring that green finance is inclusive and reaches women and youth?
How could the delegate of US say that US hasn't fulfilled its fair share of climate finance promises, especially toward ecosystem and vulnerable countries?
USA is encouraging credit guarantees, political risk insurance, and currency hedging instruments to attract private investors to MSMEs.
In Thailand, micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, the backbone of our economy, face growing pressure to adopt sustainable practices. Yet, green finance remains largely out of reach for them. Complex requirements, limited awareness and high costs create barriers that may cannot overcome. If we are serious about a just transition, this must change. We need to simply green financial products, build local capacity and create incentives that include MSMEs, not leave them behind.
Formal financial access among them MSMEs surged from 18% in 2012 only to 95% in 2022 in Zimbabwe, thanks to mobile money and microfinance expansion. The Zimbabwe's Collateral Registry and Export Credit Guarantee Corporation now secure loans with movable assets, which impacts the globally.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the UK's GDP is approximately 4.4 trillion and 48% of it is contributed by MSMEs. And the UK employs climate impact reporting framework aligned with Task Force Climate Related Financial Disclosure TCFD.
New Zealand. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, at New Zealand rises today not with theory but with lived experience, urgent conviction and challenge to this chamber. Across G21 nations, micro, small and medium enterprises make up over 19% of business. They are the innovators, the risk takers and roots of local resilience. And yet they remain chronically unreserved and unsafe to green finance conversation. Through our Green Investment Finance Fund, we are not just de-risking sustainable ventures, we are actively targeting the gaps. We are aligning capital with the climate action and embedding caretaking of our principle of guardianship into investment.
What specific initiatives has the Saudi Arabian government implemented to promote green finance for MSMEs? And how have these initiatives impacted the sector, especially the most underdeveloped regions of the country?
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is implemented lots of initiatives and implements under the vision of 2030, especially in every rural areas, include Monshad and Nom. And the kingdom is honored to address that. The Saudi Arabia is developing day by day for everything. And the country New Zealand addressed that. The kingdom is participated in MSME over 99%. Can the delegates of Saudi Arabia ask that how many of the employees works in your MSME sector? How many women, how many female and how many males?
The delegate appreciates the question. There are almost, we are developing
and women and youth are still developing. In places where women are there are places where women are still locked, but we are still trying to develop.
Technologically advanced countries like China, South Korea and Japan have not used their technologies or given their technologies out to many other countries who still need them to grow their MSMEs.
As a signatory to the Paris Agreement and a key participant in the international solar alliances, how is India aligning private finance strategies for MSMEs with global climate commitments and multilateral commitment finance flows?
International cooperation is also needed. Technology transfer, capacity building, and Paris Agreement and SDGs climate finance access. This empowers the firms make continuous stronger, lowers emission, and speeds up green transformation.
Tell me, Qatar, do you want to add anything?
Belarus promotes industrial modernization, but over 60% of its energy still comes from imported Russian fossil fuels, and its only nuclear plant has faced EU safety objections since 2021. How can Belarus claim energy sovereignty while depending on one supplier and one technology?
Do you wish to answer?
The Belarus close partnership with Russia is founded on history and geography and mutual interests. Russia remains our largest trading partner, accounting for nearly 45% of our trade and provide essential energy supplies at preferential rates. Our military cooperation with the UN ensure the regional security. The given geopolitical challenges, this relationship is both pragmatic and vital to Belarus' economic stability and sovereignty.
China.
The US is the largest private sector economy in the world, but the US is imposing tariffs on China, India, and many more countries. And US has also resigned from the BRICS of the ecological environment system. How would US like to answer on that?
The USA is leading a donor to the Green Climate Fund, World Bank's Climate Investment Fund, and USAID's climate-focused programs. We promote bilateral and multilateral cooperation with G21 nations to co-create inclusive green finance programs.
Thank you. Australia. It's in robotics, but its renewable rollout remains lower than Brazil, India, and Vietnam. Can aging technology and shrinking workforce deliver a fast, just green transition? Japan leads in robotics, but its renewable rollout remains lower than Brazil, India, and Vietnam. Can aging technology and shrinking workforce deliver a fast, just green transition?
Isn't this the same what Qatar asked? Are you both from the same school? Qatar and Brazil, are you from the same school? Did you research together? Same source?
Considering the emphasis on inclusive climate funding, how does EU plan to ensure its green finance mechanisms are accessible to informal MSMEs in developing nations?
EU has ensured access to all by building inclusive financial platforms and excessively targeting unserved MSMEs. And it also focuses on reducing entry barriers to support regions that every regions are unregistered.
Thank you so much, you. Anyone else wishes to add anything? Albania, do you wish to add anything? Go ahead.
With MSMEs driving 35% of Thailand's GDP, but lacking green finance, how is Thailand using global frameworks to boost transparency and attract investors?
For you, do you wish to answer?
With MSMEs driving 35% of Thailand's GDP, but lacking green finance, how is Thailand using global frameworks to boost transparency and attract investors?
You have exhausted your time, but do you wish to add anything? No? Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. Anyone wishes to add anything in this mod talk? Greece. No, you have already spoken much. New Zealand. Yes, you have a chance left. New Zealand, go ahead.
What is Mexico doing to help informal or semi-formal MSMEs go green with private capital? Mexico.
Repeat.
What is Mexico doing to help informal or semi-formal MSMEs go green with private capital?
Please repeat again.
What is Mexico doing to help informal or semi-formal MSMEs go green with private capital?
Well, we have introduced a lot of policies and implementations such as NAFIN that guarantees investment loans and etc.
Thank you, Mexico. Anyone else? Saudi Arabia, do you wish to add anything? You want to ask a question? No. Yeah, if anyone wishes to go to the washroom or drink water, you may not ask. You can just go and help yourself. Whosoever wants to use privilege to use the restroom, you can go. Five minutes. With this, we come to an end of this particular moderated caucus round robin session. Well and fine. All of you got the ample amount of time to speak. Enjoyed? Good. Chalo. We'll be moving for lunch in the next 4 minutes. Till then, by the discretion of the chair, the committee is in an unmoderated caucus for the next 4 minutes.
The delegate thanks the chair.
You have 18 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I'd like to yield to POI.
We will take 2 POIs. Someone was not asked even 2 POIs. Delegates who have asked just 1 POI, raise your placard. Okay, you can raise. Ukraine followed by Russia.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of France. The delegate mentioned that supporting MSMEs is a shared responsibility. How does France specifically fulfill this responsibility through private green finance in developing G21 economy?
France is fulfilling its responsibility through green finance in developing G21 countries by giving strategic partnerships for green MSME financing like AFD, which has signed a 100 million credit facility with India's SIDBI. France also has blended finance mechanism, and also Proparco, which is a subsidiary of AFD, supports which MSMEs with loans, equity and guarantees. France also promotes green bond and guarantee programs. Initiatives like Sunref provides green loans to MSMEs.
The delegate of Russia would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of France. The delegate of France has mentioned in its speech about Euro 2 billion of investment. How is it being deployed in the country?
The Euro 2 billion, which we provide to facilitate SMEs to reduce carbon footprint, is deployed by targeted grants like SMEs, which receives grants based on environmental impact assessment, focusing on sectors with high greenhouse gas emissions. Also, industrial side focus on the priority is given to the 30,000 industrial SMEs, and ETIs are responsible for 25% of France's industrial GHG emissions. And these are all monitored by environmental impact diagnosis. Before funding, it ensures alignment with decarbonization goal. Performance trackings by benchmarks are tied to France's goal of 35% reduction in industrial emissions by 2030.
Thank you, delegate. You may sit down. Next, we have the delegate of Thailand.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, what if the world's next climate hero doesn't wear a suit, but an apron stained with turmeric or hands cracked from tending rice fields? Would we still fund them? Because in Thailand, those who are change makers.
Our small, micro and medium enterprises, MSMEs, make up 99% of our economy. They feed our people, preserve our heritage and hold the line against poverty. But in the green transition, they are unheard, unseen and unfunded. Today, I do not just bring a policy, I bring a voice. I'm not merely a delegate, I'm the rhythm of Thailand's workshops, the breath of its warmth, the heartbeat of its local dreams. And I ask you, can a global green economy truly exist if its roots are dry? The world is moving fast. The EU has introduced carbon border taxes. Japan and South Korea enforce ESG supply chains. ASEAN is aligning on sustainability goals. But our MSMEs, without private green finance, may fade into silence. Thailand proposes a bold bridge, a G21 Green MSME investment facility, and a digital green finance portal linking local ambition with global resources. Because true sustainability must not shine only at the top. It must grow in every village, every star, and every workshop. And today, I am that voice rising from the grassroots, clear, urgent, and ready. Thank you.
You will have your time.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. Today, the delegate of Ukraine stands before distinguished delegates, not only as a representative of Ukraine, but as a voice for resilience, renewal, and responsibility. The country recognizes that micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, are the heart of our economies. In Ukraine, they make over 99% of our business and are key to recovery and future growth. Ukraine, the delegate of Ukraine, stands here not only as a country in pursuit of sustainability, but as a nation recovering from devastating war. As the country rebuilds the devastating impacts of war, Ukraine faces a choice: return to the past or build a more climate-resilient economy. However, many MSMEs face challenges in accessing green finance. Most do not have the resources to invest in such environmentally friendly solutions. The task ahead of a country is not a burden, it's a shared responsibility. The delegate calls on international partners to work with us through government-to-government initiatives and government partnerships. Ukraine does not ask for sympathy. Ukraine offers Green Frontier. Let Ukraine's recovery a model, not just for rebuilding, but for transforming war-torn economies into green economies. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, delegate. You have 10 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate would like to yield the time to point of information.
We'll take 2 POIs to Ukraine. Russia, Nietzsche. We'll take it from Australia and India.
As the delegate mentioned in the opening speech about the voice for resilience, renewable and responsibility, can the delegate justify the statement?
The delegate of Ukraine would like to answer for the point of information raised by the delegate of Australia. Ukraine's voice is one: resilience, renewal and responsibility. Ukraine stands firm against aggression, not when it comes to the country's land, but when it comes to peace. What the delegate meant is, in our resilience we find strength, in our renewal we find hope, and in our responsibility we find dignity, unity and peace.
The delegate of India would like to ask a question to the delegate of Ukraine. What is Ukraine's vision and record for MSMEs?
Can the delegate please repeat the question?
What is Ukraine's vision and record for MSMEs?
Record for MSMEs. Okay. So, the vision of Ukraine is nothing but to build a more positive environment, to invest in more energy sector. It's as per the OECD report. And after the full-scale invasion, the movement towards the MSMEs or green finance has benefited the economy. By 2023, which is after the full-scale invasion, solar capacity rose from 0.8 GW to 7.6 GW and wind power from 0.5 GW to 2.4 GW. The sector attracted around 12 billion euro investment between 2022 and they also have attracted for private investors and provided 50,000 jobs in one year.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Bangladesh would like to highlight the vital relationship between private green finance for MSMEs, especially within the G21 economies. A small garment shop in Dhaka gradually transformed into a global supplier, not through government subsidies, but with the help of the private finance. This is not just a story, it's the reality of Bangladesh's economic evolution. And today, I'm here to speak about this powerful connection. How private finance is empowering MSMEs in Bangladesh and aligning them with the broader vision of G21 economies. In today's world, where climate resilience is not just an environmental concern, but an economic priority, micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, stand as both the most vulnerable and most crucial actors. In Bangladesh, MSMEs account for 25% of the GDP and employ more than 7 million people. Yet, their access to green finance remains severely limited. Private green finance through green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, or climate venture capital can unlock huge potential. However, within G21, perceived risk, lack of collateral, low investors' confidence, and limited regulatory frameworks. In conclusion, private green finance is not just a financial tool, it is a climate solution, and MSMEs must be at the center of that solution. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. You've exhausted your time. Next speaker is Canada.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Canada believes that small businesses are key to building a greener future. These enterprises often bring new ideas and care deeply about their communities and the environment. But even with their potential, many of them struggle to get the money they need to grow sustainably. Private investors usually see MSMEs as risky. Without strong financial records or big assets, they are often ignored. Canada believes this needs to change. Through blended finance and risk sharing, small businesses can become more attractive to private investors. That's why Canada created FinDev Canada, to help push more private money towards sustainable projects. But access is still a big problem. Even when green funding exists, many small enterprises can't reach it. The process can be confusing, especially for women-led or rural businesses. Canada supports online platforms to connect MSMEs to global investors and also training programs to help small entrepreneurs apply for green loans, especially those led by women. Another challenge is the cost of clean technology. A lot of green tools are built for big industries and not for small shops or farms. Canada supports the creation of affordable tech like solar kits and biogas units that work for smaller operations. Canada also supports crowdfunding where everyday people can pitch in to support local green projects. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. You've exhausted your time. You may sit down. Next, the last second speaker, Belarus.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, every 30 seconds, someone is displaced by climate disaster. Pollution kills 90 million people each year, more than war and hunger combined. And by 2050, we would face 200 million climate refugees and 23 trillion in economic losses. These are not statistics, they are alarm bells. But within this crisis lies an opportunity. The Republic of Belarus believes the green economy transition is not just necessary, it's our greatest opportunity for growth and resilience. And at the heart of this transformation are micro, small, and medium enterprises, our MSMEs. In Belarus, MSMEs are already creating jobs, driving innovation, and attracting green investment. Our national strategy for sustainable development till 2030 integrates sustainability across economic sectors. Globally, the Sustainable Development Goal 7, 9, 11, 12, and 30 show us the path forward. Within international cooperation such as EU, United Nations Development Green Economy Programme, Belarus is already acting on these goals. Yet, the majority barriers persist: complex regulations, limited funding, and unequal access to green technologies. To unlock the full potential of MSMEs, Belarus purpose fairer markets, simplified policies, and green innovation hubs. Belarus is ready to lead and to partner. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. You've exhausted your time. Next and the last speaker for this GSL is Japan.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of Japan believes that empowering micro, small and medium enterprises or MSMEs is essential to achieving global climate goals. MSMEs make up the backbone of most economies, yet private investors often overlook them because they are seen risky. This lack of support prevents all small businesses from adopting green technologies and contributing fully to the transition to low carbon economy. Japan has already introduced green finance tools at homes and abroad, such as low-interest environment loans, blended finance mechanism, and support for green MSMEs through the Japan International Cooperation Agency. However, Japan recognizes that many MSMEs, especially those in rural areas or led by women, still struggle to access funds. Therefore, Japan encourages the G21 to develop simple digital platforms that connect MSMEs with private investors, create affordable small-scale green technologies, and offer incentives like tax benefits and loan guarantees. By making green finance accessible and fair, the G21 can help MSMEs become drivers of innovation and sustainability. Thank you.
11 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I'll yield it to the chair.
Chair? Thank you. You can go and sit. I'll decide to save the time of the floor, of course. Now with this, we are done with the GSLs, and with this, our committee comes to an end. Thank you everyone. We'll be moving towards a draft resolution, DR. I'll be quickly explaining the DR. Now, I believe you must have had an online training session by the faculty and they must have given a brief about the DR, right? DR, please listen very carefully. We are short on time. China? China. Good morning. Good morning. Fine? So, we'll be quickly going through what is a DR and how to frame a DR. There can be multiple DRs for a committee, but I advise that you should make one DR, okay, due to paucity of time. And it will also show your lobbying skills because all of you are present and voting today as well. DR is nothing but a recommendation paper. We have been sitting here for the past 2 days. We have been discussing here for the past 2 days for solutions that are resolutions. So it is our own duty that we should be recommending these solutions to the bodies out there so that they could be implementing these solutions. There are specific format in which these solutions are given, right? That is called a draft resolution. After framing the draft resolution will be tabled. To table a draft resolution, even for this to be considered for debate, because a draft resolution once made is debated, okay? It is debated and then it is voted upon to get passed. Even to table a draft resolution to me, even for it to be taken into consideration, you need simple majority votes. That is 50% plus 1. Once it has been tabled, once the discussion has been done, the discussion will take place in the following manner. I will be asking questions to the signatories and the sponsors of that particular DR. I can ask you questions to explain the particular clauses and all those things. Following that, after a discussion is done, we will be voting on the DR to get it passed. For voting of the DR to get it passed, you need a special majority. That is, you need at least 2/3 of the votes of the entire committee for a DR to be passed. Right? In case you cannot gather that much votes on that particular DR, which means the DR will fail. Okay? Coming on to what to do in the DR. Is it visible to everyone? There to the last. Visible? The board is visible? Written something over there. You will start with the committee name on the top left. Someone with a laptop? Anyone has a laptop? Yes, Japan? You can't see? Someone with a laptop here? Someone has a laptop? Yeah, Greece. So, anyone of you with a laptop will be framing a DR. You all can go to them, suggest clauses and all those things. You can move here and there just like an unmod. Is it visible, Japan? Yeah? The format has to be in the same manner. Suppose this is a sheet of Word, MS Word, anywhere, okay? I need a soft copy. I'll give you my mail. You have to mail the DR to me. Group of 21, top left, left alignment, right side, resolution. Resolution number. resolution number could be a fictional number for this committee, anything 1.1, 1.2, whatever you wish you can put it there. Resolution dash sponsors and signatories. Who are sponsors, who are signatories? Sponsors are the countries who are generally considered to have some sort of authority, some sort of, edge over other countries in terms of finance, in terms of they can act on that particular country. These countries take the major decisions in case any immediate change has to be brought in the DR, and some powerful countries are taken care of as a sponsors, like US, Russia and these countries in reality. But in an academic simulation, if you wish, like any smaller country wishes to be a sponsor, that you want to actively contribute to this particular thing, then you can also be a sponsor. Depends on your lobbying skills. Signatories are the sponsors will be agreeing with all the clauses that are present in that. Okay, all the clauses, all the operative clauses, sponsors will be agreeing with it that yes, this is fine. There can be one sponsor, but generally one person cannot be a sponsor because you are in a debate, you must be agreeing on certain things. There can be multiple sponsors, but not a lot as well. Okay, signatories, coming on to signatories. Signatories are the countries, those who agree to that. Okay, signatories are the countries, those who agree to these things. Either you can agree or even you can disagree to it, but you wish, okay, these are the points that are fair enough and it can be debated upon. These things can be discussed upon. Even being a signatory and the voting time, you can say, no, I am not in favor of this. Right? You can propose amendments. You can do all those things if you are signatory to it. If you are not a signatory to it, it means you do not like it at all and you don't want to be a part of debate on this particular DR. Well and fine? So in that case, when a specific country is not either a sponsor or a signatory in a particular DR, they might be looking for making some another DR. Okay, something different from the proposed solutions and all those things. But due to paucity of time, in case you wish to do, that is well and fine. I'll suggest do it one, because even if you want to debate, even if you disagree, you can be a signatory and you can suggest amendments later on. Well and fine, am I clear? In the names, when you're writing the names of the country, you're not writing like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Write the official names of the countries. Republic of India, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, right? In the similar manner. You must be aware of the official names of a country, right? That has to be there. Putting up here agenda. Agenda is the official agenda of the committee, right? Not written over there. The G21 agenda that has been provided to you. Well and fine. Coming on to preambulatory clauses. What are preambulatory clauses? Preambulatory clauses means very simple. The name itself suggests preambulatory clauses, means it is giving a preamble. What is a preamble? A background. What is the status quo of this problem? What are the problems that exist in the world currently related to this agenda, for which the solutions you are going to propose? Whatever exam problems are, you must be given the guide, right? A printed material. Open that. Very quick. Open that. There are phrases that are related to preambulatory clauses that are given in that. So go to page number preambulatory phrases. Yeah. Right? You will find a page called preambulatory phrases. You can find that alarm. The preambulatory phrases, the preambulatory clauses are supposed to start in the following manner. Following phrases can be used, right? Aware of, alarmed by the situation of rising or alarmed by the situation of lowering incomes of MSMEs, alarmed by the situation of anything, emphasizing on the problems that are faced by MSMEs in third world countries or whatsoever. Okay? This is the status quo of the problem that is existing. You will be using preambulatory phrases to start, and you will give preambulatory clauses. 3-4 clauses are fine. Just to give a brief of the agenda, what is the problem that is existing over there. Well and fine. These are called preambulatory clauses. Remember, you will not write the heading preambulatory clauses. You just start writing alarmed by situation, comma, another point, comma, another point, comma. Right? You will not give full stop. Full stop should not be given in the entire DR. If you give a full stop in the DR ends then and there. The full stop should be given only at the last. At the last. See, at last I have made a full stop. The full stop should be only here. Even if you are switching from preambulatory to operative clauses, a comma or a semicolon is fine. If you are switching points till the end of the statement, full stop should not be given. Comma or semicolons should be given. In preambulatory clauses, you can use comma. In operative clauses, you can use semicolons. Interchangeably as well, you can use them. Well and fine. Comma, comma, semicolon, semicolon. Semicolon is a full stop and a comma, right? Semicolon. Change sentences. When you come to operative clauses, what does operative, you will be having a phrases for operative clauses as well. Right? Operative clauses. Now what are the solutions that you are proposing? Okay? Accepts, affirms, approves. So this is the manner you will be starting your operative clauses. Okay, operative clauses are the solutions that you are going to propose. Obviously these solutions are not binding in nature. These are not things that you cannot put a compulsion on someone to accept these solutions. But security councils, if they are giving United Nations Security Council, if they are giving any sort of recommendation, any sort of operative clauses, if they are adding in their draft resolution, that has to be binding on all the countries. But our G21 DR is a recommendatory in nature. Okay? So we have to recommend solutions and your operative clauses should begin by any of these phrases. Accepts, one you can write this and you at the start group of 21, accepts this, affirms this, right? Congratulates this, whatsoever you believe so, right? And at last you will put a full stop. At last. And after changing sentences you will put a semicolon. Well and fine? Doubts. Debate goes on, you can propose solutions as well. See, when talking about India and Pakistan, Ukraine and Russia, you have political differences. Yeah, right. But you still have a greater amount of economic ties. The best part about group of 21 is it is an economic forum. You need to deal with economic policies. Even if Russia, India, US tensions are increasing nowadays, but still our trade is too much. India-China relations are not too good, but still our trade deficit is too much. Our trade relations are reaching like at the top of the sky at this point of time. We have highest trade with China, despite having a lot of differences. So obviously, in terms of the financial deals, we can be on the same page. Yes or no? Because it is benefiting both of us. When we are talking about MSMEs, all the countries have MSMEs, all the countries need to develop them, grow them, except it is irrespective of the fact that it is Russia, Ukraine, India, Pakistan, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, whatsoever. Well and fine? Doubts? Clear? Please make sure that a DR is in format. DR should be in format, full stop should not be there, informal names of the country should not be there. Please try to involve all the countries in, as a signatory or in, as a sponsor. Do not take a lot of sponsors. Pakistan. Font type, Times New Roman. Font is Times New Roman, font size 12. Font size 12, font style Times New Roman. Doubts? Well and fine. By when can you give me the DR? How much time do you need? 15 minutes? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Greece? Huh? No. 15 minutes. I need the DR to be tabled at 2:30 on my mail. Right? I'll give my mail. I need the DR at 2:30. Start drafting it. Also, when you write the preambulatory clauses and the operative clauses, the phrases that you are going to use, the first word, affirming, alarmed by, these should be in italics. Italics, okay? In the sample resolution that you were given, they are underlined. The phrases are underlined. Do not underline them, but instead those of favor table the DR. Clearly, the DR has been tabled. Seeing that all of you were agreeing to table the DR, We'll not have the discussion on the DR because all of you are involved in the discussion to frame the DR. Lower your placards. The delegates in favor to pass the DR that has been tabled and been drafted by you, please raise your placards. We need at least 3/4 of the votes, and I can see a unanimous vote. Lower your placards. Delegates who are against this particular DR, please raise your placards. Seeing none, the DR passes unanimously. Thank you. The committee session is over. You can proceed to the auditorium.